Johannesburg, South Africa, to Newark, New Jersey, Newark to Miami, and then our son came and retrieved us from Miami.
Did you wave to Flavia as you went over her?
I don't know if I went over her or not.
Probably went very close.
Actually, we
No,
were
I'm Laura.
just
Nice to meet you.
up
I wasn't here last
the
year.
Atlantic the whole time.
I'm not just in
We were
district
basically,
manager.
once we got
I
out
figured
of
you take a
Miami.
big arc and swing over
We talked on
South
the phone.
America.
Yeah,
I don't know if
yeah.
I've ever seen you in person. have
No.
How many movies did you get to watch? Or did you sleep?
Well, I don't watch movies,
Oh,
but I did 6 books while we were gone. I read 6 books, and
6 books of my
I just
life.
read on my Kindle, and, you know, I put 10 on before we left, so.
I have us on no camera, just sound, because the camera's up there and we're here. But, so we do have an area mic, it's over on the podium, because I know Tony and the people that are listening, he said last year it was really hard for him to hear, because we were here and the microphones aren't there. So, I know we're kind of here, but just keep in the back of your head that anybody online is relying on that microphone, which is actually very good, which is sitting on the corner of the podium. So, I'm recording and sharing Lorna's presentation.
Ready to roll when you want.
All right. Okay, well, hi, everybody. Glad to see you. Nice to be back here with you. It's kind of a crazy world. Yesterday, I came in a little bit earlier, and it looked like a lot of people here are kind of traumatized by everything that happened. I was hearing a lot of stories. I'm from Tallahassee, so we thought we were wiped off the map, and then it turned at the last minute. And they said 10 miles made the difference. Turned 10 miles from us, and we survived.
You were on the left-hand side of the storm.
Ugh.
You weren't on the right side. That's the bad part.
Yeah, and the beaches in Asheville. What a crazy time. So, but you know, some things do remain the same through all this. And so, the purpose of today is to talk about what we did last time and to see what remains the same and kind of go through things to see if there are things that we need to change and just look at everything we've done. Kind of refresh on our areas of our core areas to see if we have them right. Okay. We're plugged in over there and we tested it before and it was working.
I think I didn't touch anything.
Bodies, kind of away maybe.
Let's see if it,
By the way, tomorrow, I'll be here at 8 o'clock, but I have to leave at 10. I've got some doctor's appointments that I couldn't change.
okay.
So, if you want to go a little later today, that's fine with me too.
Okay. Okay, who can help me out with this? Because we'll, Laura, I think you found the other. This is my dongle. And it was working. Not my dongle. My dongle's down here somewhere. We really did test this, guys. It really did work.
That's all right, we say that before our board meetings too.
This is fine.
what's the elephant in the room?
Did someone take it out?
Lorna.
So that's something that rules say.
That's deep, that's deep. The elephant in the room.
This is a Logi, this is yours.
It's taking a while to get here, I don't know why.
It's not dead.
I think, no, it's the Sunfit. This is mine.
How, did you guys,
This is a
were you guys
dyno, so
without
I
water
don't
for a
know,
long
I don't know
time?
where the one is for this guy.
Oh, no, are you kidding me?
No power?
No problem, power, no problem.
Here
We
you go.
lost internet for about 20 minutes, about 11:30.
Is this one not working either? Let's plug this back in.
No,
and see.
I have the whole house generated, so the community, some portion lost power.
Yeah, I know Faye,
Our
Faye
house.
said,
We didn't
Give
lose
it
But
a
it was
second.
during night, so
We didn't even have a flicker.
6 o'clock in the
my
morning
house,
came
we didn't
back
lose
on.
power, which
No.
is surprising,
They
because
might
all
need a
my
battery.
tree ones caused us to lose power, so.
Mark.
I can sit over here.
But they say one of
Otherwise,
the
if you
reasons why
I'm sorry.
we
That's
get
fine.
power
Oh, we have
back
to
is
figure it out.
because of the
We
fire
tested
station.
it before, it was fine.
The old Pelican is hooked up to the fire
Air
station.
Force, yeah.
It's linked with the fire station. So they try and get those back on first thing.
Yeah.
So,
until she got back. She got off CEC.
No.
Wasn't bad though, no damage. Little bit of power. About it.
Yeah, my aunt sent me a picture and from
Well, you at least
Helene,
have a
2 weeks
signal, I don't
before,
even have
they had this
someone
much
to
drywall
use
out,
that.
and then you see the water line from Milton.
It's moving
So
up.
they have to go
It's
back and
moving on
have
that.
more drywall taken out.
Oh, what?
so.
Oh, no, this is,
Well, that was actually a good time, rather than repairing a leak.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, get to do it again, yeah.
unless I
Well,
need to be
I
over
mean,
here.
$2,000
Need to be
worth
over on
of
this side.
drywall
Try it now,
cost you
put it back
$800
in.
freaking
It's
permit.
expensive now.
Well, they
Give us
just, each just waived all of the
Okay,
permits for
try it now.
drywall, so residential drywall, so I'm like, well,
Why would you
Had
put
it.
permit
We
for,
don't have the power
or
point.
something? Beat up
This one's not working.
if you lived
why
down
would you put
there.
anything downstairs, like, just getting to that point, like,
It's
we
over
shouldn't have
there,
anything down
'cause
there.
that's what shows on the
Just
TV.
go that away.
Oh, that'll never happen
Big
again.
flow through.
Well, she was at the point where it's like, if they get any more
That's fine, I'll
damage
sit over
down
here.
there, they're just gonna leave it empty
Nope, I
and not have an apartment.
I'll get it, it's fine.
Just some of the
All right, you
pictures
can
of
lay down,
Siesta
go back
Key,
up, don't lose it.
all the people, everything was destroyed in the houses, they brought it out to the
This is
curb.
mine, I'll
I mean, it looked like a Walmart right down the street, just everything.
That's how
Like
Charlie
Gaza.
was.
It was,
Like
yeah,
God.
right on Gossip, yeah.
Yeah, they were straight,
We're gonna have to go to Plan B there.
okay,
But, yeah.
or plan L.
We tested it this morning, but I think when all the recording stuff backed it up, it changed something. But anyway, okay. So we'll review the work we did last year. We're going to refresh our understanding of the definition of the proper usage of a strategic action plan. When I talked to you individually, I heard some different things about the way we were using it. So we're gonna talk about that and just examine it to make sure we have the right core areas. The core areas as defined. When I talked to you individually, some of you had some concerns about some of those and the way we were using them. So we want to see if we can tighten that up and make them easier to use. And just our whole execution strategy. Because what I heard from you is that some are really paying a lot of attention, you know, and going through each item. But some of you said that you didn't remember reviewing it at all. And some said that when we do review it, it's just very superficial. So I don't think there's any fault in that. To be honest with you, when I saw the plan, I was a little blown away at how effective you're using it because you have 89 tasks on there. And you know, we said that that was part of the definition, and we'll go over that again, and it was to be a task list. Well, 89 tasks is a lot of tasks. That's a lot. And what came through in talking to several people was that sometimes we don't even know how to prioritize that. 89 things, how do we prioritize it? You know, we're not sure what we're looking at. And the one big comment that I heard over and over from you was that she's doing everything. And it's like, well, that's kind of what you have to do. And
A little bit.
I mean, you're responsible for all of it. So it's not even clear what all you do when you have 89 tasks on your list. So those are the kind of things that I like to talk about and see if we can maybe tighten it up and help about it. So that's what we'll do. So today's objective, first we're going to look at our mission and vision. And they're up on the wall, and I'm so proud of you. Those are so beautiful. Those are awesome pictures up there. They're gorgeous. Love it. And we're going to talk about the 3 primary goals for Gateway. Now that probably seems a little different to you, but here's the thing. When we started talking about priorities, and I talked to Chelsea about the priorities, she was very clear on what the priorities were, and no one else was. So I asked her to write that for me, to tell me what the 3 primary things are. We're going to go over those one by one so that you can see them and make sure we're all in agreement on that. Our standards of success, our core areas that we developed last time, we're going to do today. We're going to look at those, and we're going to talk about execution of the plan and how to properly execute. Which means that tomorrow we'll be doing more of a deep dive into the existing plan. Okay? How's that sound, everybody? So far, so good? Okay. Just ground rules. You know, we did this last time just to be sure. Some of you asked me already, and you can advance to the next slide. Some of you asked me about my friend over there. Isn't he the cutest thing? Why is he here?
Rule 6.
Yeah.
What a lucky guy.
Smart cookie.
Yeah, because that's coming through over and over again, that's something big that's happened to you in very recent history. I know I hear that there's a lot of we don't know how this is gonna look, that we jumped and were made a vote without really knowing what the financial impact will be and how our work will look differently because of that. And, you know, I think we have to acknowledge that. But the one thing that I want to check on is to make sure that regardless of Rule 6, regardless of this elephant in the room, which we can't ignore, does it change what we do basically? I mean, does it change your job as a supervisor? Is your job different because of a policy or a rule that's changed or enacted? Does it change the core of what your responsibilities are in your role?
Yeah.
Yes.
Big time.
How so?
How so?
Mhm.
What happened 20 years ago was a mistake. That's how so. There
But
was,
how does
there was
that
no
change
input.
what you do in this
That's,
meeting?
that's our job, is to make policy.
Right,
That's our job. And that
whatever
is
the policy is, right?
That is policy.
So I would argue that it doesn't change anything. I mean, you have to enforce or enact policy when it changes, but your role is still the same. Your job is still the same,
Well,
right? To support, manage, and provide quality services to all within the Gateway Services Community District.
correct. If you're following that, yes, we do.
Well, this is,
And which means we have to develop a policy that does that.
right. So I
That's-
want to
that's
talk,
the
I want
job.
to talk some more about that, but you see what I'm saying? Carol, what do you think?
I think it changes a lot. One of the great things about being away for a while is that none of this is on your mind till you come back.
Right.
And I think I know generally when I was looking at a particular issue, if it came from Pelican and it had gone through all of our review stages and it was being recommended to the board, I voted for it. Now, when something from Gateway came through, if the other 3 members of the board that are from Gateway said, we're in favor of this, we want to go forward with it, all that sort of stuff, and there was financing for it, I had no reason to vote against it. You know, they were letting us achieve our things, we were letting them achieve the things that they wanted, and recognizing that we didn't have to be the same. Now, I'm going to be a whole lot more careful about making sure that everybody wants something. For instance, I have no idea whether Ed is for or against the parks. This big park thing that we have a plan for and we've got the money and all that sort of stuff. I have no idea. I have no idea if Flavia is for or against it, or Doug for or against it. But we've been going along step by step by step and voting for things that now I'm going to take a very close look at and say, well, if they all don't want it, why should I vote for it? And so I will be much more cautious of exactly what the question is that's in front of me and making sure that this is where, quote unquote, the Gateway people want to go with this. And if it isn't, then I got to take a step back and say, well, okay, if you don't want it, you don't want it. I'm not going to push it down your throat. So,
Well said.
and moving forward now,
Yeah.
basically, Gateway people left Pelican people alone, Pelican people left Gateway people alone. Now, I'm afraid that there's going to be a lot of interference back and forth and things of a quality nature where Pelican may have one standard that they want their projects funded at and delivered, and they want a certain aesthetic. May not be what the other 3 want. So if they start chipping away at our standards, I may start chipping away at theirs.
And the thinking is, I mean, Pelican and Gateway, you're one, but you really are two communities. And so you have different,
Our two communities really don't interact
okay.
at all. I mean, do people go to the tavern over here? Yeah, occasionally, or the hot dog place, or, you know, whatever, or to church or whatever. But people in the communities, they don't make an effort to interact.
But those places are open to me, to anyone, right? I mean, the
Yes.
tap, I mean, it's open to anyone, it's not just a community.
Correct.
Okay. And this is why the elephant's in the room. Because we do have to talk about these things as they come up. You know, I mean, this is the place for us to try to clear some of that and talk about it and put our opinions out there. But what I want to know by the end of the day is, does it change our mission? Does it change our vision? Does it change the core of what we do? So those are some of the discussions that I want to have today. So I really appreciate what
Well,
you're
I don't
saying.
really know what their mission is anymore. I mean, if I
Our
could,
mission? Our mission?
no, if I could, I would love to say to Ed, Ed, tell me what you want Gateway to look like 10 years from now. I have no idea.
And Gateway's inclusive of Pelican Reserve.
No,
See, there's the problem.
no.
This is one district.
I didn't ask you about Pelican Preserve.
This is one district. It's not two districts. That's where this whole thing got awry 20 years ago.
But do you think Gateway and Pelican should look the same?
I can go along with whatever is developed on that. The issue is that we are one district. You can't have a set of rules and standards for one portion of it and a different set of rules and standards for a different portion of it. You can't do that.
But we have had, for 20 years we've had it.
Well, for 20
Or
years.
more
we
than
didn't.
20 years.
For 20 years, we didn't have it.
They formalized
Then we
it for 20
created it because the developer wanted a break of selling homes. That's what caused it all. There wasn't any movement by anybody at Pelican Reserve, wasn't even Pelican Reserve, then it was Sun City. There wasn't a movement by anybody, if you read all the information. No movement whatsoever to create this. It was created by our chairman, our attorney, and the developer's head lead man, a guy named Dave Coughlin. That's what initiated all of this.
Well, it's not going to help us to revisit all of that because the decision's been made, right? So, I mean, the vote's been made.
Well, the issue is now,
Yeah,
and this is what I
that's
said at
over.
the beginning, what we've got to figure, that our main challenge is to create that new methodology where it essentially solves these issues that we now have as a result of Chapter 6 not being there. And one of them, a big one, like Darrell said, is the things for which they were not paying in the past. In the past, their vote has always been, oh yeah, that'd be a good thing for you at Gateway, so you go ahead and do it, even though they weren't paying for it. And that was offensive to a lot of people here. Now everybody's paying for it, might be a little bit different story. Might be a little bit different story.
So, Ed, give me an example.
Bill got
Because
it.
I've
got it.
heard this said over and over again. Pelican doesn't pay its share. It does. It pays for all of its own stuff. It doesn't ask you guys for a penny, not a penny.
Carol, we're comparing apples and oranges. We gotta have an understanding that Pelican Preserve is to Gateway, as Gateway Greens is to Gateway, as, what do you call it, Stony Brook is to Gateway, as to all. You are a neighborhood just like we are. You have expenses just like we have. Those are not associated with Gateway. The only reason that they're even talked about is because of a stupid decision made 20 years ago that took this as public money, used public money to finance both this one and Stony Brook. That's what's got us in this freaking mess. All because it's public. If it were private like all the rest of Gateway is, we wouldn't even be sitting here talking about this. Wouldn't even be talking about it. That's what caused the problem.
So you're suggesting, if I'm hearing you right, that the people in Pelican that have never set foot in the pool over here and never play soccer should pay for it?
That was the original intent of Gateway, yes.
Okay, but that was changed because it was wrong.
No, It was,
A board, excuse me, a board created Rule 6.
Yes.
Because they recognized that that was not appropriate, fair, and equitable.
But it's the other way too, right? I mean,
So
if somebody
they-
here wants to
they
go
made
to
a change.
Pelican and swim,
They just have to pay,
they have to pay too.
Sure.
the issue was the legality and the validity of the rule.
And everything was legal.
Yeah.
Even though you say it wasn't legal. It was legal, they just
It
applied
was
the wrong
legal.
one.
Basically, our second attorney said it was legal.
We've had a number of opinions that say it was
But
legal.
anyway.
They might have had the wrong one, but anyway, that's
The
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 premise.
issue is, it's done. Now what's gotta be done is we've gotta create a methodology that addresses all
Well, it
the
could be,
issues.
it could be reinstated.
But,
What's that?
You could redo Route 6.
but
I think it's
looking,
possible.
but looking at, from my perspective, looking at each of you as board members, to me, in my eyes, it's your intent to make that vision statement come true. It doesn't matter if you're in Pelican, you want a premier community. The
But the
expectations are
problem
higher.
is, Chelsea, the problem is, forget the mission statement, forget the words. The well is poisoned. Okay? The well has been poisoned. We are definitely too monolithic. And where that's gonna end up, I don't have a clue. I've heard Mr. Tinkle say a number of times if Pelican wants out, we're gonna let him out. That may be the course we take. May not be, I don't know. But I'm hoping he's good to his word, that he's willing to jettison.
That's an
Yes.
alternative. That's an alternative.
Yeah,
I
so
really-
that
I
may
really
be
believe
where
it
we
is.
end up.
Are you willing to vote for that?
Yes.
But to sit here and say
Yeah.
that we're the same board we were a year ago, it is not.
I,
Then we were trying to go in the same direction. We were pretty much aligned. There was a lot of compromise. There was a lot of give and take. That's all gone. That is all gone. Now it's 3-2, no matter what the issue is related to Pelican. Hell, Pelican didn't want to have an ugly monument put in. The people over here would never see, but they said we had to do it.
What was
That monument the city wanted to put in. So I mean, stupid
The
things
artwork.
like that. Stupid things like that now
The public
automatically
artwork.
come 2 to
I'm
3.
sorry.
The public artwork guy.
You know, P-PAC said they didn't want it, the board
But-
said they had to have it.
but would you disagree that, and if I'm not gonna forget those two, because that's what drives this district from a management perspective, is to support, manage, and provide quality services to everybody. That is our mission. That is his job, that's my job, that's her job, that's his. That is what we are here to do.
And it's yours.
It's
And
your,
what?
It's yours as well. I
Oh,
mean, that
yeah,
is
yeah,
our
yeah.
vision. Right.
it's
But what we're
just,
talking about is the spirit of congeniality and cooperation that gets you there.
but
That's what's
regardless,
poison.
regardless of a decision, you still, your underlying job is a policymaker.
No,
Okay.
my underlying job is to represent the people that elected me, which is all of Gateway, including Pelican.
Right.
Okay.
And do what I personally feel is the best for them.
But your duties, like if you had a job description, your duties would be you're a
I don't think we
policy.
have a job description.
You do, it's in the statute.
Okay. Subject to
But yes, we
interpretation.
make policy. We don't do operations, we make policy.
And you made a policy, and not everyone agrees with the policy, and a vote happened, and it's done.
Well,
Now we
okay,
have to figure out how to go forward.
Or
but it
to
doesn't
change it.
change who we
or
are.
to change that.
Or we change the policy, right. So for the today, I wanted to go ahead and
Well,
bring
You're
this
trying to
out.
do that. See, I think today's gonna be a total waste of my time.
I don't think so. Give me a chance, all right?
Okay.
All right.
I'm here.
Because we are still one community. I mean, we are,
We're
we are
not, we
Gateway.
are not.
No, we are a divided board right now. That's very clear that we're a divided board. But that's gonna have to be up to you as individuals to solve. Because Gateway exists under that mission and that vision, and you're charged with setting policy. And if we pass the policy that we don't want, then we gotta figure out a way to work around it or
But
to
this is not
change
gonna
it.
be a kumbaya movement where we all get together. It ain't gonna happen.
Well, the whole point.
I won't ask you to say.
The point of this, and I think Carol, you're the one who brought this up and actually initiated this idea of bringing Lorna back, was we've got so much on our plate. Now we've got this assessment methodology, we've got, potentially a second alternative assessment methodology person, which is coming in front of you guys on Thursday. But at what point, 89 things, which I haven't even given you the updated list yet, but from a management perspective, you want easements done, we'll get them done. But how do we effectively manage and prioritize things? And that's where I've given, I'm clear, I think I'm clear on what I understand is the priorities of the board for the next year, which have in essence turned into my goals, which in essence have turned into their goals and so on and so forth, but I need to know that we're on the same page. Because if we're not, then I need to change gears.
Well, but until Rule 6 is resolved, and I don't mean necessarily that particular rule, but until the issues related around that are known and resolved, I don't think we're gonna make any progress on anything. Because let's face it, it could result in dissolution.
I think the
Yeah, business doesn't
the
stop.
point he makes is valid. Before we get too far into the assessment methodology, I think the question needs to be raised. I believe the secession is the answer, because the things you guys have over there and want are obviously different than what is here, and it has been for years. A problem that has been here, and no use pouring salt on an open wound, is that when we're spending millions of dollars on Park and Rec that the majority of the people don't want, but yet the people that came from Pelican Reserve voted for it.
We have not voted on that.
No. Oh, in the past 20 years you have.
Oh,
A lot of it.
all right.
And-
But we've never done.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so my thing is right off the bat, and there's some issues with it. Seceding from the district is not that difficult. It's not that difficult at all.
If
But there's
agreement.
there's issues. Carol, I don't think there's a problem there. I really don't. I don't think there's a problem.
I
The
don't think
issue-
you can speak for your other two board members.
Well, I didn't say I'm speaking for them. I said I don't think there's a problem. But the issue
There
is.
is a problem. They won't even look at it until there's agreement.
Well, the thing is that
In other words, will you let Pelican go?
right now, I would, yes. And here's.
What about
here's
the other two board members?
We haven't had a
Well, it
discussion.
doesn't have to be
You know, I can't
unanimous.
talk
We
about
voted for
it.
it.
But anyway, here's my point. The issues are not totally ours to make. That's the problem. The issue we got is that damn bonds over there. Those bonds have got to be defeased somehow, some way, to start.
Okay,
That's
which
issue
damn
one.
bonds are you talking about, Ed?
The public bonds that you have that are outstanding, that are in our name, I believe there's two of them. One of 2013
13.
Well,
and
that's
2023.
that's.
That's,
Once
those are,
That's
they're,
gone.
But once we get those gone,
That's gone.
those are defeased. As I understand it,
and the 2023 ones
Yeah.
cannot be defeased within the first 10 years.
I've heard that, but it's with a bank, correct? I think that was with the bank.
Mm-mm. The
No.
2013 was, not the 2023.
Who's the 2023 with?
It was issued through public
So it's public
issuance.
issues. So it's an issue that where I've done this before. You can go and talk to the people. Now, if they come back and say, hey, we're sticking to it, the 10 years is the 10 years, then it is a dead issue then.
Well,
It's a dead issue. Our problem is with this recent decision of the Attorney General that we can't give the deal to like a homeowners association that they just rule on. If we can somehow get around that, and Tony's got some ideas, I think, of maybe how to do that, but if we can get around that, to be able to, who are we going to give this to when it's done? Right now, we have three options. City of Fort Myers, a new CDD, or the HOA. That's it. I don't think there's anything else. Across tree lines, not that problematic, because there's nothing really there that ties into you. They're more in the city of Fort Myers to begin with
Absolutely.
You mean
anyway.
C5
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, not C5, the everything, and the commercial.
and the commercial.
So those, in my opinion, aren't that complicated. Where the problem gets complicated is that if you read 190.505 or whatever the section was, it indicates that if the area is greater than 1,000 acres, you don't follow that particular rule, you go back to the rules that created the district. And that's where you're at, because you're at about 1,400 acres. You start reading that, and you need a Philadelphia lawyer to tell you what you're reading. It's complicated, but it looks like it can be done. but they use terms that you can't do this for so many years, and you can't do that. I don't know what the ramifications of that are, but everything from an engineering perspective that you could achieve by splitting the two, to me, makes sense. Makes sense.
And if, and we're way.
And it
way
eliminates
down
one
the-
of these issues.
But if the decision is made by the five of us to allow Pelican to separate, or to ask Pelican, whatever, secede, however you feel, if that is done in a cooperative manner, then all issues are resolved as far as I'm concerned. Because then we'll just all go forward and make the best decision.
See, Bob, there's where I've got the problem we need some legal advice.
Absolutely.
Who fires the shot to initiate the secession?
Well, that was
As
fired
I
when they
read
repealed
it-
Rule 6.
As I read it, that is done by the board.
Yes,
The board does that.
Yes.
The board can make a motion to initiate that process. These other things we just talked about, the bonds and all that, those things are
just
hurdles.
byproducts. We gotta
They're
get-
hurdles that we gotta get around.
So, can I enter, because I want to bring this back.
No.
As-
Good luck with that, but all right.
Well, this is important because, we have Mr. Shaw sitting here and business as usual for the rest of the district. I know we're working through the assessment methodology, but, we've got the pond subcommittee trying to get ponds work done. We've got paving in Pelican, we've got paving over here, we've got ponds over here, we've got a meter replacement project that's going, we've got a lower.
There's a lot of things.
But that's my point is, as you all are trying to make a decision to move forward, we're still full speed ahead.
Well,
And you
the
should
issue-
be.
Well, the issue too.
Correct.
And you
So
should be.
respectfully, can we move
If
into
enterprise-
our business for today?
In my opinion, enterprise
Laura, you can
are
advance this.
not, in my opinion, not impacted by this
I
whatsoever.
agree.
Not whatsoever.
But
We are full speed ahead on enterprise
I
stuff.
agree.
Because if they would secede,
Has no impact.
the utilities will still be in Gateway.
I get that, but from a strategic planning and path moving forward on managing this district, they are a huge component that,
The public
takes up
works
time.
component is our issue. That's the issue.
all right, Doug has dialed into the meeting.
Yep,
Is
I
that right?
unmuted, I allowed him to be able to use his mic.
So I don't
Thanks.
want going back to the assessment methodology because that is it's huge in your mind right now, but it is a small piece of our, what I tell these folks is, Laura's putting together a 100-piece puzzle, Bill's putting together a 100-piece puzzle, Daniel's doing that. All of their 100-piece puzzles play into my 1,000-piece puzzle, which plays into your 10,000-piece puzzle. So we're all interconnected, and that's what I really want to focus with this planning session,
But it's pretty hard to concentrate on a strategic vision when we don't even know if we'll be an entity a year from now.
But let's narrow that down to just this next year, because that's what we're talking about. Carol, you mentioned this months ago. Hey, let's, as part of my review, and we see it in every agenda, all the things that we're working on, let's prioritize. Let's say what these, and I hope that my 3 goals align with the vision of the board, at least for this next year.
Okay, the fly in the ointment, from my personal perspective, is the board has created deadlines for things to be met. There's going to be a hearing on this date. There's going to be, the assessment methodology's got to be done by this date. We got to roll it out to the populace by this. We don't have a clue how long it's going to take. If the process was, it takes what it takes, and then we arrive when we arrive, which might be 26, might be 27, I would be a lot more comfortable with it. But I have felt from the beginning, and still feel, it's being jammed down my throat on a deadline basis, that regardless of whether we get it wrong, we're gonna hit that deadline. That's a problem.
Okay.
Because again, I don't know if the impact of this is favorable or negative to Pelican, to the tune of $10, $100, $1,000, or $10,000. And until we understood all that, I think it was very inappropriate to get rid of it.
And for me, from a management perspective, the majority of the board, right? If it's 3-2, if every decision is 3-2, whatever the 3 is, that's what we implement.
Absolutely.
So right now, we're proceeding with a slew of things.
And
This assessment methodology being obviously the most time sensitive, at least that's what we've addressed.
should be. It
You
should take what it
guys will
takes.
talk about that on Thursday
Yeah.
with Russ, but I want you to see everything that we have going on. And I need to know from a management's perspective, are we in agreement?
Well,
And that's what I'm hoping to
It's
get out
hard
of
to
this.
get there, Chelsea, until we get to some
Well,
fundamentals,
I
like
would-
whether we're gonna stay and be one group.
Well, let's look at the goals. Let's look at the goals that I've put out. Let's turn it back over to Lorna. Let's let her do her thing. And, because I want this meeting to be productive. It may not feel productive, but from our perspective, it'll give me guidance.
Okay, I was just being keen.
I know.
Yeah.
I know I'm
appreciate
wasting my
that.
2 days here, but I'll be here. And I'm gonna keep an open mind, I really do.
We got some snacks.
I try to keep an open mind.
We appreciate it.
Okay,
It's-
I think if we said, okay, October 1st is the beginning of our budget year.
Mhm.
So is it probable that we will still be one district 1 year from now? Yes. So if we just say, okay, let's just take 1 year and focus on 1 year and prioritize what we're gonna do in 1 year, because there's no way you can do 89 things.
No.
There is absolutely no way.
Right.
And some of the things that I remember from last year, there were a major priority, like the administrative building. We're already a year behind on the administrative building.
Okay.
I don't know whose fault that is, or if it was anybody's fault, to be honest with you.
So
Maybe
what-
it's an area, I mean, they've never built an administrative
That's one of
building
the major
before.
goals we're gonna talk about, so.
Maybe,
we'll talk about
maybe
that.
it's just the
Rightly
fact
or,
that,
rightly or wrongly, if we weren't, as a board, considering an admin building and a parks project, I don't think Rule 6 would have ever come up for discussion.
All
Just
right,
my gut
so
feeling.
if I could bring it back, a few comments from me on what I'm hearing. First of all, it's clear that there is a division in this board. It's very clear, yeah. On the other hand, as an outsider, I'm a little disturbed that we're not practicing as professionals and understanding that our job hasn't changed. I mean, you're still representing this community, and that, as of now, this community is one. I mean, it's Pelican, and it always has been Pelican and Gateway, you know. I mean, this Rule 6 changes things, but it doesn't change the fact that we're still under the same mission and vision.
But if the basic foundation changes.
I understand,
And that's what's
but I
shifting.
think what's changed is your attitude toward each other,
No,
which is
well,
very
foundation.
disturbing.
The foundational principles of the cooperation and congeniality of the
Right,
group
I know,
has shifted.
I know.
So
But
it's
we
pretty
still
hard
have
to
to
ignore
operate-
that and move forward.
We still have to operate as professionals and do our job to represent the citizens of this community, which is what you're elected to do. And you're going to have to study that policy and figure out what to do and move forward, and we will. But in the meantime, we have the strategic action planning process. Am I speaking loud enough, you think?
I haven't heard anything, so it must be good.
Still not hearing me well? I can't stand because my back went out driving.
No,
I
you're-
can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, It's better.
Okay, good. All right, so the strategic action planning process, you'll remember that this is about establishing your core areas, which are your specific areas that you attend to, and giving you action steps under each one of those which are most important. One of the things that we did last time that we talked about was we tried to make this like a 3-year plan, you know, like what's coming up. Well, with 89 items, okay, maybe we need to back down now, especially with this change. Maybe we need to focus this section on the next year, as you said, which is really an important thing for us to understand going forward, because that may include some of the things that we need to do to decide whether or not there's going to be a succession and how this whole thing impacts us, because there's a lot of information that we're still missing on that rule, as I understand it. Would that be correct?
Say that again?
The whole thing?
No. What's missing?
There's a lot of information that we still need to move forward on our next part of this policy, whether it's a succession or whether it's how we.
Well, the first issue is, again, it's just gonna come full circle again. We've got to have somebody to give us a ruling, a decision. Can we achieve the secession? I mean, there is no sense talking about something if you can't do it.
All right,
And
So
that-
the first thing we gotta
that
do
may be
is
one of
get
the
that,
things in our
get that
action
off the
plan.
table quickly. Because it
That could be in our
certainly is
action
on the table. My opinion is I think it solves the problem. Because we have such a disparity between the two deals. Why somebody didn't think about this in 1986 when they drew the line around the map to come up with 5,000 acres is beyond me. Makes no sense whatsoever why they did that. It could have easily been 2 districts at that time.
So Ed, this may be one of the steps in one of our 89 things. This may be one of the things that are planned that
First
we
of all,
want to
first of all,
study.
when we keep talking 89, let's get everything that is enterprise related off and to the side. I don't think there is
Any
an
disagreement
issue.
on that?
There's nothing that we are in any disagreement on enterprise related issues.
Okay, so
Wait a minute,
Everything-
wait, define enterprise-related
It's
issues.
our utilities, water, sewer, irrigation. Not storage.
Basic utilities.
Not storage, basic utilities.
The customer pays for what they buy.
Okay, okay.
You can take that off the list, but those are still tasks
Understand,
Oh, I am.
that have to be
I
done.
understand it, but that's not negotiable or variable. We
I'm
all
sorry,
agree.
those controversial.
Now, we had 89, points last year, and yet Rule 6 wasn't part of it. And now that's the most fundamental thing we're talking about. And that was not there last year.
all right.
So
So that's what we're
again,
here
it's
to
a
do. We're
whole
here to
paradigm
review
shift.
everything, to look at our core areas again.
But Lorna, you
Decide what needs to
asked,
be there.
how are we going to move forward? One agenda item at a time.
Right, exactly.
But who
So-
determines what that agenda item is?
When you're at the meeting, this is the question in front of you, you're gonna vote yes or you're gonna vote no. One agenda item at a time is how we're going to
But
have.
how
conflict.
do those agenda items get to you?
Well, Chelsea puts them on the agenda.
Chelsea puts them on the agenda. Because Chelsea has a priority list, and that's what I need to know that we're on the same page.
Well-
That's what we're gonna get out of today.
To me, the first thing we've got to do,
Okay,
we
Lon.
got to get the issue on that secession. Because if it's not, you can't accomplish it because of whatever the issues are, we need to know that. If it's difficult, that's a different story. Difficult, we go talk to people like defeasing the bonds, going to the bondholders. I mean, all those type of things you can go do. The worst case scenario is they tell you, no. It's a subject.
So back to your point, the first question for the board is, would the board be supportive of it? It's done, the proposal is done cooperatively. If we're not fighting, if the board says, yes, you can succeed, Pelican says, yes, we want to succeed, we take it to the next step.
But guys, in the meantime, all business does not stop while we
Well,
debate
pretty much
this.
does.
What do you say?
No, it doesn't.
The issue.
It
no,
doesn't stop.
We can
can't
stop it.
I said,
Right.
We have a lot,
Life goes on.
we have a lot of things to do, but you can sit there and if you want to come up with something, come up with the core ideas, core issues, that if secession is a possibility, what are the issues? Issue 1 is how do you address the utilities that are inside Pelican Reserve? That's easy, it's contractual, you do that. Stormwater, that's probably easy, also contractual, but there is another party, South Florida Water Management District.
Court.
And then the last one is the bonds. How do we handle the bonds?
Can we solve all those problems on Thursday?
I hope so.
I think
Okay.
I think our
Because-
people that are gonna be at that meeting are professionals.
Yes.
They should be able to answer those questions at that meeting.
Okay.
So let's talk about your mission and your vision. Have they stood the test of time? And they're back on the wall. I actually made a handout for you on that, just in case you need to look at them too. Anybody doesn't remember those. Remember the mission and vision?
Do you guys still agree that those,
I don't see any of that's changed at all.
Give this out to you just for you to refer to as we go. And this just has the mission, the vision, and the statement, the standards of success on it for those that aren't at the meeting. So I know that you already have, everybody has this, but
Doug
sometimes
is on
it's,
his way over now.
it's just nice to look at it sometimes.
Oh.
Okay. So, I looked at these again. I mean, I thought you guys did an
Well, then could
outstanding
we
job.
pause this? Because in the vision statement, we have the premier community of choice.
Mhm.
Those were specifically words that Doug had helped us out with last time.
Mhm.
And I would like to get from him, what does he mean by that? Does he mean home values stay up? Does he mean home values increase? Does he mean a larger industrial retail so that things are split more between industrial, retail, and residential, so you have more of a mix of a community.
Well,
I
If I-
don't
if I
quite
can- if I can
understand
speak to
what
that.
premier community
We'll
of
let
choice means.
Doug speak, but I'm just gonna, from what we did, when we talked about being a premier community of choice, it was like, I'm here, I'm looking for a community, and everything about Gateway just is the right community for me. This is the community that I choose that I wanna be in. So it's all of those
So it's
things.
attracting others
Yeah,
to
it's
the
like-
community,
This is
not
what I wanna be, I
necessarily-
wanna be in Gateway.
not necessarily improving the quality of life of the people that are here.
Well, that came in our success standards, remember? We had quality of life, that's one of our core areas. But that's not, remember, vision is something that we aspire to be. If you want to give us the next slide. Remember. the
Well, can we
mission
come
is-
back to this
Why?
once Doug gets here?
Yeah, is he on the phone?
Yeah, here, he's on his
He's
way.
on his way.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah, we can do that, but for
Well, we
sure,
can
but
keep going, but.
remember, the mission is why we exist, which I think that says very clearly, support, manage, provide quality services to all within the Gateway Services Community Development District. And the vision, what we aspire to be, we want to be the premier choice in community, the premier community of choice where people want to go. Doug actually asked a very interesting question, I'm glad he's on his way, when we were talking about this, and he said, he thinks these are completely relevant, but he wonders if we're living it. That's a good question. What do you think? Do you think we're living it? And if you want to go to the next slide, please. And I think where that comes from is when you look at the mission, it's kind of subjective, which is okay. It's okay, but it could mean different things to different people. And so I think when we're looking at this, when we're looking at our mission and vision, anytime we're making a decision, we need to be questioning whether the answer falls within our mission and vision statement. So I guess I would ask you, are you using it in that way, and do you think that we're living these words?
Two totally different issues. On this one, I think people will agree. There's totally different attitude of people in Gateway versus people in Pelican. And that is driven, in my opinion, totally by the 55 and over issue. That in and of itself drives it. Because when you start talking about parks and recreation and schools and all that, those are things, when you have people who have kids, you haven't got any over there. So those are not
It doesn't
issues.
really change the mission.
I'm sorry?
I mean, it doesn't really change, I mean,
It could be, if you ask the person over there, if any of the things that we're doing over here is a reason people were attracted to Pelican Reserve, I bet you 9 out of 10 will say no.
99 out of 100.
Yes.
You have to argue with me on that.
I was supporting it. I was
We
supporting
agree,
it.
we agree. The issue is, I think you have, and I think this is a part of the problem, goes back to the original creation. Somebody didn't think when they did this. And what we've done is we've just done, 6 did a perfect job of putting a wedge and driving it in between the communities. Did a great job of that. And now what we're trying to figure out is how you solve it.
I'm not understanding how
I
this
think
impacts
six-
your mission and your vision.
Rather than create 6 as a wedge, I think 6 absolutely define the priorities of the 2 different communities
Well, good
in a fair and equitable way.
Well, to answer your question is if you start talking about you want to be a premier community, people that have kids and all that are going to be, well, we want parks and that.
Right,
They don't care,
absolutely.
they don't care about that.
But, okay, so.
So there's
So that's
where your
not, so
split
they go to
starts.
Pelican. I
I'm
mean,
sorry?
Yeah, they go
That's why
where
the
they
choice
wanna
is
be
there.
in Gateway.
But
It's
it's,
still Gateway.
but is Pelican not a premier community? Is Gateway not a premier community?
See, I think there's probably the answer.
I think they both are
I
premier.
think-
I do too.
Yeah.
From, I mean, Daniel,
Different perspectives, but yeah.
when Daniel gets a complaint of some aesthetics of a roadway in Pelican compared to aesthetics of a roadway in Gateway, we're responding the same way. Because you expect it to be a premier community of choice, no matter if you're on Soccer Drive or if you're on Pelican Reserve Boulevard.
Yeah.
You've set high expectations because we want this to be a premier community of choice, and you've done that through budgeting. Again, it doesn't matter if it's out of Pelican's pocket or Gateway's pocket, you both set that standard.
Well, I'll bring up an example contrary to that. You take Griffin Drive and the way it's been for the last umpteen years, and you take that over and place it in Pelican. Now, I want to hear what
We'd never
happened.
fly.
They never had it. The view of that road, the aesthetics of that road, the landscaping of that road is not acceptable.
That's not
over there.
even a question. I mean, I live in Pelican because that's the community I want to live in. It's part of Gateway Services Community Development District. I want to be in that area.
Okay.
Or I live in the Gateways area
Then why
because
would
I
you-
have a
then-
family
then
and I
why-
have
why-
kids that
then-
want to play
then
soccer.
why would you say, I don't want to pay for that then?
That has nothing to do with the vision and
It
mission.
has everything to do
They're
with this
still
issue.
premier community of choice.
It has
Still-
everything to do with this issue. People, you should have been here in the last 60, 90 days. It was the Hatfields and the McCoys, and it's all over an issue of who's paying for what and benefit. That's what it was all about. It's not a premier communities, it's premier communities is what we got. That's the problem, and
But
until
it's
we
all-
recognize that,
But
this
we
isn't
are
going
the
anywhere.
Gateway Services Community Development District, wherever that is in the district.
Well, see, that's the argument I have made, is this is one district, and some things benefit you, some things benefit us. But it's all shared in cost through an assessment methodology.
I get to decide if this is a premier community of choice. Is this where I want to be?
Okay, you're 55 and older person, you come here, and if the Rule 6, and you understood that Rule 6 was in, and you were exempted from paying for assets over here that you don't use, would you be of the same opinion if that changed?
Do you think that people know that when they sign, I mean, do they?
It's quite obvious.
I talked
It's
to
not.
someone yesterday that has lived here for a long, long time, and I asked what her opinion was of Rule 6, and she's like, huh?
That's exactly right.
If you ask the average person, what is the CDD in Pelican, they couldn't answer you.
That's
They
right.
want to be in a premier community of
They really-
choice.
they
This
really
is their
don't know.
community
I
of
totally
choice,
agree.
so,
But that's the same way here.
Well, yeah, I mean,
We've got
it is.
people here that don't know what the CDD is.
but you
Correct.
guys are involved in this because you're the supervisors, but that doesn't mean that everybody out there is.
That's right.
It creates a challenge in defining what you're doing, what you're going to do. It creates a challenge of what we have right now.
It sounds almost like you're creating this. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't know.
My deal is that when you have a community on one district, why are you divvying out parts of, you pay for this, I pay for that? I've got people here in my community, my own community, 60% of my community is over 55. They don't want this damn soccer field. They
Then
don't
go
want
to
it at all.
Pelican.
They don't want it. They
But
don't want it.
I don't know, why not? I'd love to have it for my grandkids.
Do what now?
I want that for my grandkids.
Well, I want it for my grandkids if you're paying, but I don't want it for my grandkids if I'm paying.
There's your issue.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now you understand.
Yeah, I agree.
That is exactly right.
Okay, stop.
And I,
There's-
This
there's
I
a
think a
problem.
lot
and
of
this
it all,
mission apply to the entire community development district.
I'm sorry.
This vision and mission comply to the entire community development.
Correct. And
district.
I'm saying that with the challenges of the issues we face, it's going to be very difficult to make that happen. It's going to be difficult. Because I don't have answers for it, other than the secession makes sense,
Carol, what were you going to say?
so that they don't have to pay for it.
I think there's two opinions among the two areas. I think that Gateway probably wants to be a premier community of choice.
Is it open to the public?
I think Pelican Preserve people believe that they already are a premier community of choice.
But they couldn't do that without us.
It's true. But over the years that they have been part of the CDD, they have paid that premium of quality. So right now, I think Gateway is trying to become a premier community of choice with the additions of pickleball courts and this and that and whatever. But Pelican already thinks it's there.
I would argue that
So-
we think we're a premier community of choice. If you were to ask people who live in Gateway, I think they would say that.
Well, I think so too, but to Carol's point, the whole purpose of doing the parks is to make us even more attractive
Right.
as a premium.
People choose to come here because they believe.
Because you're
this is
getting
the-
more and
the
more.
Best community.
So that's a valid,
Yeah.
Well, I think it's to maintain that, because if you look at other communities being built, they're
they're now
Those
putting it in.
Getting put in right now.
Yeah.
What's
So you
being
need to do it.
developed, like even Botanical Lakes, how old is Botanical Lakes?
Right.
10 years?
No, not that long.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Whatever.
I mean, they're 10 years and they've had a resort-style pool forever. They've had amenities that are,
Right.
more enhanced than ours. So I think
They're
the mission
closer to
statement
20.
is what it is.
But the
It's to
newer communities
maintain
are raising
Gateway's,
the bar.
the vision is maintain Gateway's position as a premier community of choice. Maintain and enhance.
And newer communities are raising the bar, and we've got to up our game to maintain.
Well, the developers are having to do it because that's what it takes to sell it.
That's exactly right.
That's what it is.
So congratulations, last year you did a great job of developing your mission and vision. They're relevant, they're solid, and they still apply, and hopefully always will, even if you're two communities. I mean, those are really solid for the Gateway Services Community Development District. Now, one of the big things we have to talk about is what are our specific goals, and I understand that we have some new issues here, but many of you, when I talked to you, said that priorities were a concern to you, because we had so many things that we're trying to do. But Chelsea, when I talked to her, she was very clear on the priorities, like she knew, and everybody else was like, I'm not sure, we have so many things we're working on. But Chelsea said, yeah, I can tell you specifically what the priorities are. And I asked her to write those out as SMART goals for us, so that we can take a look at them. So she drafted her goals, and I want to take a look at them, and we may want to look at some wording if you want to, but we wanted to look at these together to show you exactly what Chelsea's working on, what she believes are the three most important things for the next fiscal year for Gateway. So we're going to go through those goals one by one and take a look at them. Is that okay with everyone? Ready? Okay, Laura, we're ready for number one. The meter replacement project. Coordination with
No
staff.
issue,
Do what?
no issue with
No
that.
issue.
No
It's
issue.
enterprise.
But I want you to understand exactly what that encompasses. So
Yep.
take a minute to read what she's doing. She's hoping to be done with that, well, she will be done by 12/31/2025.
And we've been appraised of that all year. She's done a good job of keeping us in the
There's
loop.
4 components to it. Those are the 4 components. So this is goal number 1. So as we move forward, like tomorrow when we start doing our deep dive into our plan, we all need to remember that that's one of our, we have 3 overarching goals, and that's a very important goal. That has to be accomplished. So in all that we do, we've got to give her the power to meet that goal.
Non-controversial.
No issue, everyone's
No issue.
good?
I want to point out, though, it's one goal, but there are 4 components underneath that goal. And with that comes the funding, comes the planning. It's an SRF project. Laura's touching it, Bill's touching it, It's restoration efforts, it's communicating to the residents, it's planning ahead.
It's a huge project.
After
After we select which pilot's the best.
Exactly, and this is, to me, the number 1 priority for this district.
And I think it would be helpful for us, when we're looking at these primary goals, at some point, for us to have, we'll start with a high-level project plan with all these 4 subtasks. So we have timeline, we understand priorities, and then as we continue to move forward, then those line items. And I know that you guys operate with some project plans. I don't think we still have visibility when we do projects into true project plans, dates, tasks, who's responsible, who's impacted. I mean, true project management methodology.
Arcadis has that for us, and when I tell you it is this long, it's not exaggerating, this long, that list.
But we don't need to see that. We need,
We're not involved in all that.
no,
That's the
we need to
professionals.
understand, okay,
The
When the
professionals.
pilot's done, here's
pilot
the
project,
results.
box replacement, this, start date, end date, 3 critical paths.
Here's the
Who's
recommendation.
responsible, if dates move, so we can timeline. All the subtasks.
Critical benchmark.
we don't need insight to that. And I think it would help us tremendously if we got more insight to project plans, at least on an executive or leadership level.
And if once we define what these 3 goals are, I'm fine with giving those timelines. We have those, we've hired professionals to assist us through this process. I just want to drive home that, when it comes to you, there is so much work behind the scenes that is occurring that, when we get these, oh, well, let's just put that on the next agenda. A random item comes up, let's get that on the next agenda. We're pushing down
Yeah,
these other
well, and
things.
I don't want to derail the goal piece, but I think one of the things that we have talked about for years is, and we've done a much better job, is creating a priority list, whether it's capital improvement or other areas. And we look at those projects, but quarterly, we need to have a workshop where we're saying, okay, here's our priority list for 2025. And here's their ranking, high priority, high severity, medium, high priority, medium severity, whatever that is. And then as new things come in, because new things come in quite frequently, and we need to determine, is it on the priority plan? Do we have budget? And what's the level of this new priority? These are new things coming in. Because we have to assess, if it's a high priority and there's no funding, do we either need to bump something or we need to push it to 2025? I don't think we do that quarterly. It's structured that we should, which will help us always know what our top priorities are.
But with respect to this project, I'm the most comfortable with this of all.
Yeah.
I feel like you keep keeping us informed. I know what's going on. And I know the benchmarks that are coming up when the pilots are all installed and then they run their, however long they run. I'm very comfortable with this.
Yeah, that's the critical issue, is when we get to the point of making a decision of how to finalize the project.
Right.
There's where
To make the selection.
we can't dilly-dally around on that. We've got to make that decision and go.
Okay. So this is,
And then it's, from there on, it's the
It's automatic,
consultants
right.
handling the project.
okay. All right, so this is
This is a
one,
good one.
this is a huge one. This is the one I am the most concerned of, truth be told. Because we
And
are,
rightly so, this is the one we screwed up before. We, the board. So, yeah.
yes.
There's more
No.
issues with it.
All right. Okay, all right.
Well,
No,
not-
before I got here.
Not only that, but the physical challenges of in the field, if we had,
Tremendous.
we had with the boxes, I mean, we were in your community for what, 3 days straight trying to fight one beaver box. So, and we're gonna go, and do all of them? It's huge, it's kind of terrifying, truth be
So
told.
it's going to require, the closer we get down to the date of picking which one we're going to bid on,
We better know.
we have got a public relations job that is unbelievable.
Yeah,
Because people did not understand what was going on, why we're doing this. We have put out the notices that you've got to have a 3-foot clearance around your meter deal. That went bing and bing out. They don't want, you're not going to tear up my landscaping, I'm not going to do it. That's the attitude, we're not going to do it. So what we've got to do is make sure that there is a reason that we're explaining to people that why we're doing that, because we are.
we'll talk about that Thursday when we update the rules and put that in there. Laura, you wanna go to the next one?
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
SMART goals, specific, very specific, measurable, achievable by 12/31/25?
It's probably gonna push into 26, just so you guys know.
There's reason behind that.
So,
It's called risk, major risk.
Yeah, it'll push into 26, but we're pushing for 12/31.
But that risk is,
It's financial,
10%.
yeah,
purely
it's
financial.
minimal impact to customers and minimal
It runs
impact to
too
the
much
district.
over.
just want to make sure you weren't setting yourself up
No.
for like that.
Yeah.
If it
Relevant,
runs
of
too
course,
much
and
past
time.
that
So
deadline,
meeting
it's
meeting this
a little more
deadline
labor that we'll have to,
is not
you know.
the end of the world.
and-
It might, it
That's
might
what
even
we're
be more
shooting for.
beneficial
Okay,
if we,
This
you know.
is-
that's what we're shooting for. Okay, goal 2.
Okay,
So so goal 1 cannot be achieved in 1 year.
correct. Well, the pilot
It's
can be
going to take
achieved.
that
The
long.
pilot will be achieved in the first year, which is a component of goal 1.
Can you roll back real quick? Can you just roll back to, so more than likely, this needs to be split out
Phased.
in phase, yeah.
Yes.
So 1 and 2 will be completed this fiscal year.
Oh, okay, that's important.
When is what's your anticipated date, the 2 will be done such that we know what's gonna come before us for a selection? What is that date?
This time next year,
This time next year?
So October 1st,
a little bit before,
2025.
yeah. Summer of 2025.
So then there's no doubt about it, you're going to be December of
Well-
26 with the project being done.
Box
Or the earliest,
replacement
yeah.
is starting in 2025.
So we should rewrite this to say that implementation of the pilot project, which are the first two components, to be completed by 12/31.
I would say 1 and 2 is 2025, 3 and 4 are
TBD.
Let me,
are 26, with 3 in parentheses, potential for,
We should be
uh,
starting.
early start or,
Well, we haven't even discussed one important thing. Does anybody even give us any idea of what is the term of construction? Are we going to tell the contractor, you've got 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 15 months to do this job?
we're working
Because
on that.
that's gonna be the big ticket item. I mean, you're talking about 7,000, 8,000 meters that's gonna be installed.
The box,
You
that's
don't do
not,
that overnight.
that's not the time consuming issue, it's the box
The
replacement
box
is the time
replacement.
consuming, which is going to be put out to bid.
When I say meters, I'm talking box and meter,
Everything.
everything.
They're separate, because the boxes are gonna go
Understand.
They
ahead,
both gotta be done.
but the meters, it's literally going to be take out, put in, because it's gonna be a clean box, it's gonna be new components.
But
it's
you
gonna
can't
be
do it till
perfect.
you have the box. The box has gotta be there.
Yes. So I will
so,
update
yeah,
this and put
box
times.
replacement, early opportunity 2025.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't need that level of detail. If you're comfortable, I'm okay with it, but I already got it. I know
No,
what
we
you
need the goal.
Would you
to
say
be
that,
specific.
I don't think that's
Or-
correct.
Yes, yes.
Number 3, full deployment box replacement, early opportunity, that's the start, early opportunity to start in 2025.
Start is
Start.
probably
Start.
this time next year.
No.
2020,
No, January.
January.
We're putting the bids out here soon, once we get
Well,
approval from SRC.
Yeah,
January
completion,
of
2026 completion, but
Somebody needs to get a timeline,
But
because
start.
I'm confused now. When is the meter pilot going to be done?
2025.
See, that doesn't
Number
have
one, a
anything
year
to
from
do
now.
with the boxes. We can be doing the boxes concurrent with the meter, pilot project.
That's what we're
Okay, okay.
yeah, so it almost goes pilot, box replacement, full deployment box replacement, pilot meter, full deployment meter. Because pilot, yeah,
Kind
kind
of.
of, yeah.
Okay,
All
Okay.
right, we can,
So you really want to break that goal number 1 down to 2 goals,
2
Yes.
phases.
1 and 2.
which I will
Okay,
update and
With
put times.
specific timelines for 1 and for 2, and 2 being the full deployment box replacement. Correct?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, phase 1 is pilot, phase
I
2
think
is
it's gonna
deployment.
be
full
2
deployment.
phases.
The pilot comes first, but in tandem, the box replacement is concurrently going on. And then once pilot's complete, full deployment meter happens. So we'll better define this.
Have we voted on a contract for box replacement?
No,
No,
because
we
it
haven't
hasn't
got
gone
that
out to
No,
bid
we're in the
yet.
pilot.
You,
Now
I know,
you approved,
but that would be a separate issue, right?
for the pilot box, you approved a contract with Pro Haley, which that is
For
gonna
the
complete.
box replacement.
No,
No,
we have to bid it out, which is soon, very soon. See how convoluted one goal is?
what, yeah, but the problem with that box replacement, it sounds simple.
It's not.
It's not at all, because that's what screwed up the original project. We didn't do the engineering work that needed to be done. When you're talking about going out and going to, well, Gateway Greens alone, 1,400 homes where you got meters are located in places that should never have been put. You're not going to move them now. You might go a little this way, a little that way. But how do you translate that to a contractor that's got a bid on it to give you a price? There's the problem. We didn't do that last time.
He's got 1,400 setups. They're all different.
Yeah,
Well, and I think the language,
It's gonna be a
without
challenge.
being an engineer, I'd say the language is, we're not relocating, we are maybe modifying by 3 feet
The
or,
question is, how do you bid it?
yeah, yeah.
Do you bid it lump sum? You take the risk? Or do you bid it per house? How do you bid it? Because some of these are so simple.
Okay.
Well, that's what we need-
Other ones, like Chelsea
Yeah.
said,
We need expert
3 days,
input on that.
3 days to install a box.
Reminder, the reason we're doing this is because when we all talk, some individually, and including Chelsea. The issue for you was that you're not sure what Chelsea's priorities are. She's doing so many things, she's doing everything. Yeah, she's doing everything, that's what she does. But what are the top 3 things that are most important for the next year? And that's
Okay,
where
so
this
we're gonna
came
break
from.
this apart.
So all that stuff about how it's gonna happen is fine, but I want you to be able to say,
That's your
Chelsea,
one
these are your
priority.
top 3 things, how are we doing with meter replacement?
Can I just get just a clarification on definition? So we said enterprise is anything that's utility, like water, sewage,
Water, sewer, irrigation.
okay. And then what are we calling everything else?
General fund, general fund,
General fund. public
general
works.
fund.
But if we were to classify, like meter replacement, that's an enterprise
Yes.
goal, that's enterprise priority.
And totally funded by them. They're
The
self-funded.
administrative building would be classified as,
Administrative.
Probably go administrative, general, public works, even though probably 50% of it's gonna be paid for by.
maybe, okay, well, I think it's really important for us to land on the terminology, because if we're setting goals, we're gonna say our top 3 priorities, 2 are enterprise, 1 is general.
You can do
Look,
that.
we have 3 departments, I have 1 per department. That's how I've organized it. So for me, the funding is really for the admin building and parks is part Pelican, part general fund admin.
I'm not
But,
talking about the funding source, I'm talking about how we classify.
I know, but from an operational standpoint, it's a public works. So that would be my project for public works. Enterprise is for Bill, and then Laura's got her goal.
Okay, so, all right, maybe the other way is goal, that's utility, priority,
Public works.
administrative building and parks, that's public works, and then we'll get the third one. Okay, all right.
All right, so let me just make sure I've got it right. So for this goal, what you're going to do is you're gonna change it to say that the first two things, the pilot project will be completed by 12/31/2025, and then the 3 and 4 will be 2026. Am I understanding that right?
25, 26, yep.
All right, cool. All right, next goal. Goal
I lost
number
that
2.
pointer, hang on.
The administrative building and parking improvement, public works as approved by end of fiscal year '25.
So if, depending on what, because obviously we're out to bid right now, depending on what you all approve, if it's the admin building, if it's the park, if it's both, if it's none, the goal would be to have it completed by the end of this fiscal year.
Like
Oh,
built,
Can
like
can we
construction.
go back just a minute to the goal number 1?
Okay.
Is the money for that in the bond,
No,
in the
That's-
2023
that's all
bond?
funded.
It'll be it'll be
No.
a separate standalone new bond because it's the enterprise fund.
it's all funded by your water revenue, so
It was-
everybody's
it was
water
budgeted.
bills are
It was
paying
budgeted.
for it.
Remember, that's the one we had to come back and have the enterprise guys recalculate, because we didn't
Correct.
include that.
Yep,
And
Okay.
that, it's important to call out what's been budgeted, what's been funding approved.
So you're talking about a bond at the end of 2025?
but that won't affect
Issuing
your,
another bond?
Now,
no, well, it's not gonna affect your taxes though, this is all gonna be paid by water
It's
revenue.
all.
This entire project is,
I
won't show up on
understand
your
that.
tax bills.
yes,
Okay, but when are you talking about going out for a bond for this?
so we have the 1989 bond already that we can borrow from, and that's what we're planning on using.
The 1989?
There's a water and sewer bond from 1989 that we
Oh.
can use long-term financing for. We've gone to SRF, and that's where we're actually gonna get the money, the cash flow. But because it's a 20-year term, we have to use that 1989 bond.
Got it?
And
Okay.
SRF said, we're not gonna pay for irrigation. At the
Right.
last meeting, I don't think you were there, the board said we wanna do a bank loan. So for the $3 million of the irrigation part of that project, we're pursuing a bank loan. And then the rest is coming from SRF, and it's a bond. It's all in one.
Which doesn't make any
Thank
sense,
you.
but it is.
Goal 2.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Moving right along.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that,
No, that's good to
Yeah,
clarify, yes, that's fine.
All right,
So
so
you're saying you're gonna
The
have
money
the
is
building
as important as the
constructed by
words.
the end of 25?
Yep.
Wow.
FY '25, so September 30th of 2025, as long as bids are out right now. Again,
Build a building that fast.
they build apartment complexes like that.
Oh my gosh, I'm from Tallahassee.
Drive a Lico, you see it every day.
They've been building a Wawa for 2 years.
Oh, no.
Okay, so this is your implementation of park improvements, which I know you haven't.
You're saying that those two projects that we authorized both of them go, that you'll have those done by
In a year's time.
September 30th?
I'm confident we can do it in a year's time.
No way in hell.
I'll be the optimist, you can be the
Well,
pessimist.
first of all, they haven't been approved.
No, correct, but if there's, I mean, if they're set for approval, but we're waiting on the building, we already got the DO.
You're 60 to 90 days away from issuing a notice to proceed, and it's going to be a year.
We don't know what the cost,
It's
we
gonna be-
can't proceed till we know the cost.
Well, I know it, I know it.
So it says, as approved, or
Okay.
if approved,
I could see by the end of maybe 2025, but not FY 2025. That's 3 more months.
Well, you know, a goal is something we strive to.
We're in FY
I want it to be
25 now.
realistic.
We're in
I
FY
do too,
25 now.
yeah.
well, if you guys wanna change it, because I'm going, because you guys are gonna judge.
It
judge
doesn't
what-
make a difference, the issue
It's
is.
still a
we first
priority
gotta
for
get bids.
2025,
Correct.
whether it's completed in
Correct.
3 months in
Correct.
2026 or 4 months, let's,
Well, why don't you take off fiscal year and just make it 2025, by end of
Yeah, a lot
2025?
safer.
That's fine.
But anyway, the issue is we first gotta get the bids, so we know where we're going.
Or if we're going.
So that's goal number 2.
Alright,
Any
What
other
happens
thoughts?
if this gets voted down?
then
She
I've
better
accomplished
go.
my goal.
What'd you say, Carol?
What
If it's
happens
not
if
approved.
this gets voted down?
Either one, component, or both.
If it gets voted down, then we have to go to our current landlord and negotiate longer terms of our lease.
Right.
And then you determine what you wanna do with that funding, if anything, if not, turn around and pay off the bond that you borrowed on, if
Oh, that would
possible.
take care of the 10-year problem with the succession too.
If you can pay it off.
Okay. Moving right along.
Everyone comfortable? All right, number 3.
It's there. You guys can talk about it for 26 minutes.
This is my
again.
elephant.
This is,
No, this was needed.
so this would be under Laura, under the finance side and administrative side. So I'm touching all of these with each of the department heads, but again, I tried to do it by department. So Laura's focus would be on the assessment
So
methodology.
regardless of our decision with Rule 6 or not 6, this needed to be done, period.
Well, I just want to point out, you didn't see any pond banks in any of these. Pelican's got ponds, Gateway's got ponds, but these are my 3 goals that I've set based on what
Well,
I've gained
because-
from you.
Well, pond banks don't fit in to the assessment methodology in the sense that Pelican pays for it out of their operating budget.
I'm saying projects in general, 3 priorities for the next fiscal year. Pond banks are not on there.
Nor should they be.
She just wants you to know.
I just,
Pond banks
I
are
don't know
very,
if I agree with that.
pond banks are very
I'm not-
specific.
I'm not catching what you're saying.
what I'm
I
saying
mean,
is,
to me, pond banks are a normal course of business.
Right.
So I don't understand why you're emphasizing, I don't, I'm not catching what you're trying to relate.
we have so much time in a day. And my efforts, Daniel's efforts, Laura's, Bill's, we're focusing on these 3 things. If we had 2 options, if Daniel had pond banks and the admin building sitting on the table, and you approve these 3 goals as they're set, I would tell him every single time to focus on the admin building and park stuff before he touches a pond bank.
Can't
Now-
walk and chew gum?
No.
Now, do I know he's capable of doing both? Yes, but from a priority standpoint, if he only has 8 hours in a day, I'm gonna tell him to focus on those 3 priorities because that's what the board said that they wanted to do.
so
Now,
we'll-
we have FY 22 ponds, we have 2 there, we have 4 from last year that we never got done, we've got 6 coming out, we've got 2 in Pelican. That is a lot of management.
Well, let's go back. Goal number 1 is Bill. Bill, almost predominantly. Bill.
And me.
Goal number 2 is pretty much a staff, upper level staff, either you or Dan. That's it. There's
Right,
not,
well, if
nobody
he,
else.
I've assigned one for each department.
Yeah, so I don't see any issue, I agree with Carol. The ponds can continue to go on.
Somebody's gotta do them, is my point. Somebody has to manage those.
This is about setting priorities.
second
This is about,
So,
here's what I think.
I don't know what, I'm trying to figure out what.
The ponds
those
are
other ones that-
every day we need, and has a greater priority than the assessment methodology. I want to do that. But the functionality of keeping the ponds right is more important to me.
Well, here's what I think we're missing.
We've got to do the ponds.
And I'm hoping that this is somewhere. So if we take our 3 primary pillars, utilities, public work, administration, there should be a top priority across the board, which we've identified. Your top 3 goals, are the number one priorities for each pillar. But there should be a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, whatever. So like for me, ponds, even though it's considered maintenance, it's high cost, high visibility, high risk. So it should be on the radar. Lighting. So our lighting project, is that scheduled to be completed in 2024?
Yeah.
100% in 2024.
Depends on if you approve more on Thursday, but yes.
Okay, so that's a 2024. Okay, the public works expansion,
God knows.
we don't know.
From what I'm being told now, they're wondering if that's a wetland.
So what you're looking for is trees. You're looking at trees of the trickle down of them. But
No.
from,
Well, every department has more than one priority. I mean, you should have all of your
We got 85
priorities,
priorities.
all your priorities.
More, 'cause
And
I-
then you prioritize those, you stack rank them and say, we're gonna spend 80% of our work on our top 1, 2, 3 priorities. Yours being number 1, the, administrative building and parks if that gets approved. And then irrigation, where does the irrigation project?
No, it's under him.
Irrigation project slated for 2025?
Yes.
You can't tell me that's not a top
Or
priority.
design, or design.
Okay,
Design.
so-
Design
Again,
right now is
again,
next
most of
week,
that
25.
is the professionals. We've got them doing.
Yeah,
that.
but still, there has to be oversight. And again, I'm not saying it's not a top priority, but I think there should be.
So Doug, remember our core areas on our plan? We're still gonna go over our core areas, make sure we have
That's fine,
those.
as long as we have
And
visibility
all
to
of
it.
those things should fall in
Yeah,
our
yeah,
core
yeah.
areas.
I'm not saying what we're doing is
But
not accurate,
the
but
challenge
we
for
need to
me
have
was-
visibility into the additional
And to
priorities for
Doug's point,
2025.
the ponds are a higher priority for me than the methodology. We need the methodology, but that can come when it
But
comes.
this is what you're charging Laura to do.
Well, that's why we're talking
These are her, excuse me, Chelsea, this is what you're charging
Lori's
Chelsea
now.
to.
I'm involved in all of them anyway, so that's fine.
To me, the methodology is
This is her
outsourced
main
item
charge,
anyway.
these are the top 3 things that she has to focus
Somebody
on.
has to manage the.
Okay, man,
So-
I mean, she's not doing the day-to-day work.
Again,
No,
I think my point was, I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm saying we can have our top 3 priorities for you, but there should be additional priorities. So if you were doing your performance evaluation, if you met all 3 of these and failed in everything else, I don't think I would say you were successful. But if you were to hit these and be able to, at least punch the majority of these out, the additional priorities, I'd say that you and staff are meeting our expectations of delivering on, because we're not a one-dimensional district, or, we don't have 1 or 2, 3 priorities. We have 80 different priorities going on, but we have to stack rank them as well, right? So these are the things we need to make sure we get done because they are important, visible, funding, all that kind of stuff. But there are other things, and we'll get to that as we continue to move
And
forward.
this allows Chelsea to use her staff within the core areas so that they have priorities. Because when we review the current plan, there's 89 tasks on there. How do you prioritize that? And when I talked with you all, you indicated to me that part of it is you don't really know what Chelsea's priorities are. Like, what would you rate her on? What are the top things that are important? And so these are the top 3 things that she has to accomplish with the help of
Yeah,
her
and let me
staff.
say one more
But
thing.
that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of other
And why
things.
it's important to have that full list is because if I'm looking at Daniel's workload for 2025,
But
and
that's
he's
our
got
plan.
public works, parks, ponds, lights, irrigation, we need to make sure that he's staffed appropriately, that we're outsourcing where needed, where we have internal deficiencies, that we've got everything there. Yeah,
This is our
but
plan, right?
this all leads into successful 2025 is making sure we understand our priority list, we understand the priorities of that priority list, and that we're staffed and we've got the foundational resources and support in order to complete these projects or kick things off. Because he's got to be able to manage, all right, irrigation, we're short of funding or short of staff, does that priority drop? Or do we have to get, outsource maybe a little bit more?
Where
And
did
this
you
is
get,
our-
where did
but
you get
Doug,
this?
You
But
guys
we
talk
don't
about
set
tomorrow.
Daniel's
What?
priorities.
No,
This is
he
your
says,
plan.
well,
Have we
The
seen
only
this?
one we set priorities
Yeah,
for
this
is
is Chelsea
Chelsea.
last quarter.
That's it.
yeah, if you want to talk about the trickle down from top down, yes.
Doug,
It's
this,
her responsibility to deliver on district priorities,
Right.
and then it's her priority to make sure that it gets
so
done.
then we're starting up.
Yeah, I understand,
more,
yeah.
And tomorrow, we're gonna do a deep dive.
We're getting the
on
weeds
this
tomorrow,
thing.
okay, perfect.
We're gonna make sure it's all in
Okay,
tomorrow.
perfect.
If you guys see
Oh,
this
no.
quarterly and we update this quarterly, I have to go back and double check it, and before you see the updated version tomorrow, to make sure all of these projects are added to it.
Can you pass that over here? I don't
That's the
recall
large, John.
seeing that document.
It's
I don't
on my
recall
notes
seeing
on
it either, but that's all right.
We might take off my stickers.
You'll have a copy of it tomorrow. But this, if you recall, we go through each of them, we have our different core
What I was gonna
areas.
say is if we're gonna be talking about it, I'd like to look at it tonight to
You'll-
know which one
Can you
is
send a copy out
89. We
instead of-
compare the
errors.
knock out 20 of these.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
I'll
don't remember
copy of
seeing
it.
that
I'll send
document.
it to you this afternoon. When I send it to her, she has,
Yeah, that'd be
I wanna look at it one more time before it comes to you all, to make sure that we've captured everything.
Well, my question is,
But this
have we
was
seen that
July.
document?
Yeah, this was July, this was the July document.
Okay, we had it
To
back in
us?
July.
In your
Yes.
packets, in your board packets.
I don't remember seeing that at all.
Quarterly. We go over it quarterly during the board meetings.
Okay.
And like I said when I started today, that's
Maybe if
one
I
of the
see
things
it,
that
I'll
under the
remember,
administrative
but I don't remember
reports.
seeing what you're showing in
I
there.
think it's under
It's
district
normally its own-
manager.
It's normally under its own separate.
That's what
item.
we're
Yeah,
gonna talk
it's-
about, execution of the plan today. We're gonna talk about that. And Doug, one thing I wanna catch you up on as you were driving here, this morning, we started our discussion about some recent events. And we are thinking that when we do our deep dive on the plan, we really need to focus on just next year.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it makes sense.
Instead, whereas last time we tried to go like 3 to
3
5
years
years.
ahead. Yeah, that's workshop. This
We're gonna
is,
tighten that.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So those are our 3 goals. That's her primary,
Does anybody,
Focus.
do you disagree with
I
this?
think Pond should be higher and the assessment methodology a little lower. It's just my opinion.
Well, I think they both have to be done.
They do.
They just
They
have
do.
to be
well,
done.
let's just add a fourth. Or it'll be second on your list or whatever it is.
My list is long.
But there's no doubt.
I think under,
Gotta be
the
done.
only reason I would say assessment is under the current environment. The assessment methodology, I think, is important to budgeting and helping us figure out the Pelican gateway.
Well, I wasn't thinking in terms of Rule 6. I was thinking of this when we put it up here a year ago. We knew we needed to read it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Everything's off the table with the Rule 6 challenge, everything.
That's where that meeting Thursday, the workshop, of Russ explaining what needs to be done is going to put things in perspective, in my opinion.
I would say, you know, we could argue ponds is 2B or second on Daniel, maybe.
If you talk to
We'll discuss that tomorrow. Like, we'll stack rank
If you
this
talk to
priority.
residents, Ponds is really, really up there.
Yeah.
If you ask them about assessment, it's fine.
Especially if you talk
What's
to
that?
residents who haven't had theirs done.
Well, yeah. But I mean, anybody, you ask them about methodology, they have no idea what we're even talking about. But they all know what ponds are.
all right, so these are the 3 goals that you are charged with, Chelsea. This is what we're gonna wait you on.
I think these are the
Have it pull forever. Y'all ready to take a little
Primary.
break? You wanna take?
The biggest
Yeah.
one is just
Yeah.
making sure the
Let's get a
consultants
muffin and
stay
some
on
coffee and take
schedule
a
and
little
get their
break.
work done.
All right, little break.
I got some of those
Okay.
motions for you. You wanna go in?
These are Chelsea's overarching goals. That's right. Okay.
And then I work with staff to set their goals.
We have
Which
goals
one are
underneath.
the ponds?
for the general contract.
Obviously, Daniel.
Well, I mean, the 3 things from Pelican are safety and security, landscape, and ponds. See, I see that as ongoing work of the district. It doesn't matter where these 3 fall into it, that's just ongoing. That's the support, manage, and provide quality services, because that's what we do.
It still takes staff effort to do that.
Right.
So every subcommittee
But that's
meeting,
what,
that's going back to Doug's point is, look, we need to look at all of our priorities. And if we can't pick between 2 or 3 of them, do we have enough staff? I mean, he's only got 40 hours a week. Does he have enough bandwidth? Do we have enough staff to meet the demands of the board and the needs of getting these things done? And that's the underlying premise of looking at all of these. Because, yeah, we heard it last year when we sat there with, oh, we want all of these and we want them done now. Well, what do you want done now? What is priority now? Right now, we're getting ready to go into dry season, so hell yeah, ponds are priority in 6 months out of the year. But the other 6 months,
Well, and that goes to, like, you have money and you have resource. That's how things get done. And you almost prioritize by those two things. What do you have the money for? What do you have the resources to do? And again, let's just say they're all priorities. The things we need to look at is, okay, what's the window of opportunity in 2025 to do all of his projects? There might be 4 months that are the dry season that we need to hire temporary resources or, seasonal, outsource or whatever. We have to think of that tactically in order to get things done and be able to plan for, okay, what if we get rain early? Okay, how do we shift? Because we have to operate in a lean environment, so you can't hire 10 new employees for full time if we don't have full work all year round, but we gotta get flexible to make sure, you guys will think about this.
And then he doesn't have a military leave and they just can months.
That's okay, all that work's still there for you. Anything early on.
Yeah.
But
Somebody else will figure it out.
these are.
So that was gonna be our time,
That's me.
to bring that over to college.
If I was doing your plans,
So I called him and said,
your goal
and Stephen said, is this what you guys want?
facilitate
To eat better?
the district priorities
No,
in
we can go on.
utilities, public work, and administration.
So I'm trying to.
We're saying
You were talking to who?
Candid.
Make sure that you execute on the priorities.
Okay.
And there's priorities also.
So they-
Let's like the format that I was using. These are your top 3
Still
years.
The
There's some
requirements.
and then
Put it
here's
on them
how
to
you
do
measure,
this.
here's how you calculate, and this is what you
Are
do.
still way too high.
Do that, and then you take those
And that's my goal.
and you build them down.
He builds all
Why
the
do
time.
we have 30
And
guys?
then he builds all the fine, and then Isaac builds off of his, and
General
then his team builds, and
Exactly.
it's a trickle down effect.
Bill has- okay,
But that's
this
why
goes
I'm
to
like-
Isaac, this one
Randy,
goes
those
to
are these are 40
and
something
that's-
pages long.
Well, that's why 17.
But it's, everything we do is the
They're all
same.
really
way.
project
These Arcadia's,
oriented.
okay, this is for example. But every one of these
But
projects
she
in
has
here
2 other
is
goals that are beyond this.
Give us a small
That
numbers.
she has set for herself, and same thing with him, but
What costs us money is when you have a
like,
lot
financing,
of
like,
contract.
we're talking about.
Exactly, exactly. So we can't give a 42-page document to do one.
We have to
We
be doing
need to have
that.
a very abbreviated
Now to
document.
SRF for next fiscal year, so we can meet
First of all,
budget,
you
so it's
tell me
like.
what are the critical items that need to be in the contract. Then you show me what you got and tell me which of those things now can go out.
Because that's how we get our financing. So we can figure that stuff now.
Everybody has to
Well,
work the same
it's-
And even though,
Bullshit. Bullshit. Put that shit in there.
Yeah, yeah, I want to work on number one. I called that, I called that a second time. And we set up 3 bidders that we know,
right.
Copeland, Green, Becker.
Yeah.
The 3 of them come out,
We're
3
almost
guys,
there.
I want to fix it.
Well, and like, I'll give you another perfect example.
I want to put it,
So
go
the
down,
study
come
goes
back
for
with
like
it.
commercial
The
projects.
issue is that
Okay,
you
it's
gotta
a public
delineate,
works
once
project,
again, when we get in that maintenance and construction.
but when they
to
hit
what
an
extent
irrigation
the
line, it
specification.
turns
I'm
into
not
a
talking about
project.
bulk, I'm not
So
talking
it's
about viable.
touching everybody.
I'm talking about a
And that's like,
specification.
even
So that
with,
A
yeah.
and
Stuff we
B
do
and
has-
C
it-
all are
overlapping.
bidding on the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. So Doug, you don't
There's risk
understand.
of other-
That's a
other
detailed specification. It could be simple, it could be a page.
Which is more often than not.
The second
My
part.
recap and a half.
And if they all hear the same thing at the
How
same
was your,
time, then they go off and come back with quotes.
Bingo. Bingo. We can put in that 39 pages of.
People walk away, they won't bid.
There's
So
a
this is what I'm trying to get, is to get this as simplified as we can.
Take what you got, Tony, that 39 pages, hey, give us.
Well, he keeps saying he's gonna do it, hasn't he?
Well,
strategy level.
But that's why I'm keying in on
We're all working.
under 185,000, because if it's under 185,000,
Today's course, we have the right stuff, people,
and we're minor quantity
training.
repairs, like, we ought to be able to do it
20,
very,
30,
very
40,
easily.
40, do we
So
have the
instead
right
of
things in the pipeline being developed?
$365,000.
Equipment, non-material,
That's what
equipment,
I'm-
material type of equipment, organizational structure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you get a lot out of it?
I did. A lot of it actually transposes into the show they here too. They do a budgeting cycle.
Oh, man, that drive yesterday killed my
Yes.
back. May I have a ride home?
10 weeks of DC, live
Thank
out
you.
of
I would
hotel.
love to give you a ride.
Did you guys see that?
Oh, maybe we can-
Well, John brought me
Never
off,
brought
so.
back. You stay there all the time. Shit.
What?
Did you just have a box of yummy stuff over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not only is people
And
here.
there's water
pumping, but you
and
come back.
cooler over there.
Yeah, under the
You also
TV,
got
there's
hungry.
bottled water.
Wasn't bad though. I mean, academically, it's heavy. 10 weeks I wrote 25 papers. I gave at least 10 presentations and worked on multiple tests, quizzes, practical exercises. I mean, put a lot behind it. And it was like learning a whole new language because, you know, vernacular at that level is completely different, the acronyms are different, the terminology is different. What the Army does a real good job of is teaching us
Everything okay
operation
with you over here?
tactics at the
Yep.
lower end
God,
level.
thank you
They
for
don't
sitting
really
here, I'm
talk so
sorry.
much
We
Yeah.
had it all set up and it was working fine,
Feel great.
She
but when
said-
we turned that recording.
She said to like try,
We're just learning that. To get
shut it down and let the presentation and put it back out there. I'm just like, it's fine, I'll just sit
I
here.
was in trouble last
It's
year.
fine.
So it's more
You didn't go to the
implementation,
next,
how to
Why don't we-
implement rather than,
No, it's
Design,
are we
and
gonna do this or that?
all of the above.
Okay.
It's a senior level strategy course of how do we design the right organizations, the right equipment, the right framework, how do we document it, how do we implement it, and even going out to contracting to have, the contractor civilian force create things that we need. Types of equipment, types of trucks, things along those line technologies.
Okay.
And I stopped a couple times.
And then
just, you know,
designing what those organizations look like what rank, what type of background, how many do I need in order to make that capability that I'm trying to strive for. It's all about capability design for future. So meeting today's capability needs, combatant commanders that are out there in the world fighting the fight today, every day, day in and day out, and how we interact on a joint level with other branches between like the Air Force and Navy. Very high level strategy. And budgeting, like the budget that I'll work on will go through and become the president's budget, which will go in front of the Congress for, to be turned into law and actually allocate, authorize funding. Big course, it was a lot of fun.
What's the scope of that work? Is it domestic or foreign or?
All the above.
Well, I'm happy you're back.
I'm happy to be back. That course sucked. It was awful. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but
And
there's a reason why they run 2 classes. So to put it in perspective, there are only 250 force managers across all 3 compositions of the Army, active duty, reserves, and National Guard. There's only 250 people that do the job that I just went and did the training for.
And how often do they do that?
Twice a year, and there was literally 28 people in my class.
By the end, there was 27.
Actually, when they ended, we had 18 graduate. There were several years.
So were you learning to be a trainer?
Technically, I would be a trainer at this point.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Congratulations.
So just-
Doug, were you listening in the first hour?
Not the first 30 minutes.
Oh, you missed
Who missed all the fun stuff then?
I did hear some banter back and forth around Pelican Gateway.
We talked about the
That
elephant.
is awesome.
Who asked first?
Oh, somebody noticed it right away.
Ed.
Ned did.
I saw it as soon as I walked in.
I knew what it was as soon as I saw it.
I didn't know if you guys had enough humor in you for that to be funny. I was a little
I
worried.
didn't know if I was supposed to say roll tide or,
No.
no, I knew what it was.
I didn't know it was Republican Democrat, but I figured that might be worse.
Sometimes we can put 3 or 4 of those things in. There's not always one elephant in the room.
Apparently it's a
It
good
was hard.
baby gift, like when my grandson was born, he got so many elephants, and I'm like, why is he getting all these elephants?
Here's a group.
How was, because my son's at Florida State.
Oh, yeah,
So, do you have any damage or anything in that?
just joy debris, not nearly what we expected. Oh my gosh, we thought we were gonna be wiped off the face.
Did it end up going a little further west?
10 miles,
It's amazing what 10 miles do.
but you know, it was the mag lab, right? You know about the mag lab?
Uh-uh.
There's this theory in Tallahassee, there's a
Oh, yeah.
mag lab at FSU is the most powerful magnet in the world, and they do a lot of study like imaging, like, MRIs and that kind of stuff, and a lot of people come from all over the world to study magnets and what you can do with them. So the theory in Tallahassee is that when the bad storm's coming, you turn on the magnet, and the storm goes around us.
Hey,
It's funny
whatever
because
works.
You can see historically, a lot of times storms will come right at us, and they will kind of go like this. So there must be something in the geography of the area, but, they're like, everybody's like, turn on the Mag Lab on Facebook, turn on the Mag Lab, it's coming, you know, and then it goes,
That's fun.
I did a tour with the Mag Lab and I asked them specifically about that theory when I was pretty new in Tallahassee, and they just said, we can neither confirm or deny. All right, ready to move on? We got everybody? Okay, you'll remember that one of the things that we did last time was we developed our success standards. And I asked, what needs do you exist to fill? What are you doing to address the needs? And what principles guide your work? And I put it on the bottom of your sheet here, but we can go to the next slide and show it too. These are our success standards. So I wanted to take a minute and look at these success standards and see if we think these are right. You know, do we still feel like, this is our checklist, remember, this is what we use as a checklist. So we say, our community is recognized and respected for providing enhanced quality of life for all residents. Are we doing that? What do you think? Are we passing that one? Would you put a check mark by it? Yes, we are.
Up to Rule 6 review.
Fair enough, let's go on. Our community assets and services are
Well,
improved.
wait.
Oh, shoot.
How do you
I
judge
tried.
that?
Do you feel that your community is
Our community is
recognized?
recognized how? Respected by whom?
Well, I mean,
How do you measure it?
one measuring point is our house vacancy. So communities that are not, you know, enhancing quality of life, typically people don't want to stay there. So it's the amount of current available real estate and the amount of sales and resales. So it is quantifiable. That's one measurement. The other measurement would be a survey. I would argue the validity of surveys, but I mean, so that's two measuring sticks.
Well, do we have the way to measure it? I mean, is there can you go back to certain set periods of time and measure it?
Yeah,
2000
well, from
is
a
this.
real estate perspective, you can, for sure. You can go, you can
So
come
we
up
ought
with
to have
that.
that.
You can come up with a real estate measure. Well, that's a good point. If we have all these things, what is our system of measurement? And maybe as a takeaway,
Getting better and worse.
we need to create, because I think, you know, a lot of times when we're talking about, and I'm gonna pick on Ed just for a minute, it's not personal, but what I'm hearing in my community is this, or, you know, what I'm hearing in this community. And so a lot of times it's within our, you know, our circle of influence and what we think we hear. And that's, we need to figure out what's quantifiable and what's subjective. So I think in some of these things, we probably need to have a measurement. You know, a great example is, I mean, we could even say the park survey. You know, that came back just about half. Half of the residents say they do, or half of the residents say they don't, but at least it's a measuring stick, and it probably is a good, you know,
I'd rather
good
have
calculation.
objective like real estate values or vacant.
Yeah. But I think it's a good takeaway, is let's figure out how we're gonna measure these things. And even, you know, annually, we should have, you know, a survey that comes out and says, you know, do you feel Gateway is a premier community of choice?
Yeah.
Do you feel the district does a great job? And I wouldn't probably go to the board level, because most people don't really know what we do. You know, that is completely subjective, but there's probably 3 questions that we should push out every year. You know, to say, what is our community score? What's our goal score, or whatever? That's a good point.
Are we trending up or trending down?
Yeah. And it's, you know, we try to make it as quantifiable as possible.
It is a good point, because these are the things that we feel makes us successful, and we should be looking at them more than once a year. You know, we should be looking back and saying, are we doing this? So, something to think about.
And also, property value, that's a good one to look at. Does property value continue to increase?
It's so variable on other
Yeah,
issues.
part of that's
Yeah, sure,
inflation.
for sure, but-
Yeah.
But you can track that.
But nevertheless, it's a measure. Good, bad, or indifferent, take it for what it is.
Well, what single measurement, if you had to pick one,
Well, no, it
Number
wouldn't be,
one.
it would be a calculation based on probably 3 or 4 inputs. So it would be a total score. Because I don't think there's one measurement that, unless you say to all residents, is our community recognized and respected as providing enhanced quality of life? You know, what is your opinion? And we have a community score, but I think it's probably a calculation of a couple things.
Public inputs is a good one. The issue is you can't rely on 10% of the public.
Right, so then it
You've got
becomes
to have
statistically
much
insignificant.
greater participation.
You won't have a good sample
on that.
size.
You are,
That's why-
10% ain't getting it.
That's why I think it's a combination of like 3 or 4 inputs that comes up with one score. It's based on a survey, on calculations from X, Y, and Z, you know, I think.
how long would it take to put together a measurement for number one?
Well, I don't think it would take long at all to come up with the measurements. If,
In other words, before the end of
before the end of the year, you can come up with a score.
this year,
You can come up with a score.
is it possible to come up with a score so we have a base
Yeah, probably so.
by the end of, by the December 31st of 2024? This was our base.
Yeah, and what I would
You
do,
know,
what I would do
home
each year is
Average,
have that score.
median home value was X amount, median.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what
and I
the
can work with
factors
you
are.
on coming up with the score in this. But what, this year I would say, let's do it by end of December. Moving forward, I would say do it at the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
No
You need
lost
to know-
snowbirds are here, though.
Yeah, well, that's definitely an input that we have to look at. But if it was me, I'd say, we don't operate on an annual fiscal year. We work, it's different. So I would do it towards the end so you know where your score is, because that could determine what your priorities are, maybe.
Well,
Okay.
Doug,
I just don't want to come
organizations-
back to this next year and say,
Did we do that?
how do we measure
It
that?
can't be subjective.
Right, so I'd like to have a base for this
Yeah, that's a
year.
really good point.
By the end of this year.
Many organizations have a scorecard that they publish regularly, and I think that's where you're going, because these may not be the only measures, you have a scorecard of measures that help you to determine that
Yeah,
help-
somebody's already made the roadmap.
Right.
Just get the inputs and start.
And it should be residents, staff, I mean, if you really want to do it right.
Real estate.
It's internal versus external. So you poll some people who live outside of Gateway, business owners.
So you're volunteering to work on that?
I'll be more than happy to help
That's
work
awesome.
with staff on it.
Thank
Maybe
you.
future?
Help work with
There's a
staff.
caveat.
Threw that right in there, did it?
And then,
Mhm.
Okay, that's cool. How about the others? I mean, do you think they're still on target? These are the things that would make us successful. These are.
this is yes.
Did we nail it? Is this it?
Well, I don't know that on number 2, our community assets and services have improved from last year.
Well,
They've been maintained, but
I
are
haven't
they
seen where
better?
we improved it.
You haven't seen the umbrella at the pool?
We're doing them
You
all.
haven't seen all of the road resurfacing done in Pelican Preserve?
The fountain looks really cool in the roundabout.
We pay for it now.
It's awesome.
Don't bring that
well,
up.
look at it the other way.
Looks cool to me.
Do we not improve and maintain our assets and services? I'd say, yes,
Well,
we
we
do.
do.
We do.
And particularly maintain. I'm just saying, is there 1 or 2 things we can point to and say, this was improved this year?
Well, you can probably do it from every
Department.
department. So Public Works, do you think you maintain and improve your assets?
Ponds, roadways, lights,
I don't mean maintain, I'm saying improve.
Well,
Streetlight
What did you
project.
do to improve?
projects,
Probably the streetlights.
Sidewalk
That would be the-
replacements,
sidewalk replacement, there's been a
stuff at the
lot
pool.
of stuff.
There's been a lot of replacements.
That's
Those- those-
maintaining.
Well, you could call those improvements. So like, let's, maybe,
Improvement is continuation. It's not all done and we can sleep for 2 years. It's
Never ending.
constant. It's never ending.
improved can be net new, and it could also be enhanced from the original, which could be maintenance plus. But again, that should be quantifiable.
Bill, from the utility standpoint, what do you think you guys have done to improve the utility over the last
Maintain and
year?
improve.
We've installed some, we install a Thompson pump every year at a lift station to help our hurricane preparedness. We're constantly working on lift station panel upgrades for
Insertion
efficiency.
valves,
and-
you put some
Yeah,
insertion
we-
valves in to help better isolate the system.
Yeah.
We've done the pilot project, that is a huge improvement.
Well, one that's significant to us is improvements that we made to our weir management.
Weir management, the storm.
In fact, we lowered
cleanings,
the
the-
anticipation.
The fact that we were able to lower it,
Yeah.
and these 2
That's
storms,
a
I
biggie.
think had significant impact, and that's
We
improvement.
have another vulnerability.
Wasn't there
Asset
anything
management
on
across the
inventory?
board with GIS has come a long way.
Yeah.
And using Cartograph, rolling out C-Click Fix.
Yeah, that was big.
Well, we had trouble
We-
getting the water.
Training.
We instituted mower automation and lining automation. We've done some enhancement to the fields.
But that's ongoing.
Farmers market,
Improvement and maintenance is on.
Farmers market?
But I think the argument here is that's all stuff that people might benefit from but may not see. What visible, I don't know if I'm reading into what you're saying, but what visible improvements can residents see? You know, is that enhancing landscaping? Is it monuments? Is it, you know, parks, or is it a community
I guess what
building?
I'm trying to get to is what Lorna said earlier. You had made the comment about the mission statement and the vision statement are fine, but are we living it?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, you know, it wouldn't hurt for us to have a list of things that we did during 2024 that improved and maintained the assets and services.
Yeah, I'm a strong,
Just so you've got
I'm a
one or
strong
two
believer
that you
that
can say,
the
we did
things,
this, we did that.
I'm a strong believer that the things that organizations do, the large portion of what they do isn't visible by their customers.
Well-
That, unless you really get in the weeds, but most people don't realize. So you have to dedicate, you know, 20, 30% of things that are visible, that people can see, like the fountain, like landscaping, like, you know, stuff that people can see. That's why I think it's always very important when we do any type of work, we put a sign out that says, you know, work being done to continue to make Gateway a premier, you know, community of choice. It's like, call people's attention to things that we're doing.
What our people see more are what you didn't do.
Oh, for sure.
And the issues that we got that are facing us, and I don't know to what extent we can do it. Number one is that school parking is a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Which one?
School parking,
Which one?
you name it.
Okay.
Where they line up and queue all the way out onto Daniels. Somebody's gonna get killed. That's issue one. Issue two is, if I hear it once, I hear it once a day. Why are you watering the road? I hear that all the time, and that's our irrigation issue. And that's, we gotta get that thing fixed.
And just to harp on that for a second, to most people, they don't understand why we do it. It just, their first thing is it's incompetence. That we can't, we're not paying attention to
Well,
it,
first of all, you
which I know
gotta-
is not true, but.
Try to explain to people, the majority of whom come.
When you got a
from up north.
hurricane coming in
Well,
water.
not only that, but when the majority of people are coming from up north, you don't dump water on the grass to get rid of it. You dump it in a creek. We don't have a creek. We have to, when those two tanks over there are full, we gotta dump water. And our only place to dump water is on a common area. And our common area is our roads. And people just look like, are you people stupid? You put all that water out there and then you take the mowers out there, and what do? They leave those big black tracks where you,
Yeah.
what idiot would mow the grass after you just dumped on 3 inches of rain on it? It's a vicious circle. We gotta get rid of the water. That's why we gotta get that water line up the FPL easement to be able to spray that water. But people don't understand.
Well, the meter replacement programs are perfect, because people don't really see that.
Oh,
every day.
they got a bigger
But
question
that's,
on
but
that.
that's a big one. I mean, that is,
You just put in new meters, what the hell are you doing it again for?
but it's being done. I mean, that's the whole point. To improve our assets and services, we're taking steps to do that in the future.
But our biggest issue is not so much, it's more of what people see that is not being done, and you can't do it all overnight.
Yeah,
Good
so-
examples, the ponds. We still have 20, 25 ponds that haven't been done yet. And people want to know, I've been paying for 10 years on this, and you haven't done mine yet.
And I think we've done better, like with Randy and the PR. I mean, if anyone's on Facebook at all, there's always posts, there's always things. Now, I think we need to do more, and I've been saying for a while that I think we need a kind of a gateway concept or initiative that we can get behind. And before Trump, you know, was elected, we were tossing around for a while, like, you know, keeping Gateway great, whatever, and then, you know, he uses that slogan, so it only works for 50% of the population. But
Make Gateway great again.
it make it, you know, or would you Build Back Better, whatever you're, anyway. But to Ed's point, the things that are most visible that we're not doing, we need to make sure we're communicating, we're addressing. Like, we've been talking about the FPNL for a couple of years now, so that plan's been in place.
Streetlights.
Streetlights is another one, but the things that most people see, we just need, that's visible, let's do things that people see, landscaping,
Sidewalks being
lights,
thrown
you
up
know,
by
but
trees.
call it out, and the things that people don't see, make sure we continue to call those things out, like the, you know, things that we're doing for utilities or public works. But to your point, the irrigation, What was the first one that you said? Irrigation.
Parking in the school.
Oh, parking is
Horrible.
horrible. Now, we have limited control over that.
We have
but-
no control,
But
none.
we are continuing
That's
to
every
fight
city
that.
and every state
But my point
in the
is,
country.
Joe Blow out on the street does not understand that. They think this is Gateway, it's your deal, fix it.
Yeah, for
They
sure.
don't understand that we have no.
There's complaints
Well,
weekly
and
on
that takes us to number 4, really. How are we doing with that? Transparency, communication, responsiveness?
You figure out a way to address in this community, now maybe not Pelican Reserve, because you guys have.
One gateway.
But I'm sorry,
It's one gateway.
it's one gateway, but you guys have a better communication where people at least listen and absorb. Our people, we try to put out an email blast and all that, they won't read it.
No, that's not
Hey,
true.
well,
When you took down the oak trees, they came out.
So I think overall, I would rate us probably about a B on transparency and communication compared to where we were in previous years. We didn't use to.
It's
full
better.
of
It's better.
There was
No,
no,
it was
so
10
we have
times
made
better.
It's
great
better.
steps to explain we're putting things out there. The difficulty is reaching the masses because not everyone, because of our demographics, we all have different things that we go to, you know. So we have to continue to make that a focus, to get the word out, prioritize.
Well, we've had challenges over the last year, you know, I'll use Pelican as an example. You know, their HOA was unwilling to give us the contact information that they had gathered. So Randy found a way, you know, we implemented constant contact, we were, you know, promoting people to sign up so they can get direct line of communication. I think we're getting better, I think there's always room for improvement with communication, but, you know, just this morning, I was talking to Leslie, just to give you guys an example. Leslie was dealing with an irate customer and, you know, talked her off the ledge, and then at the end of the conversation, she said, well, good luck with your meeting on Thursday. And it kind of took Leslie back, like, what? And I looked at Leslie, I said, well, at least she knows where to find the agenda. Like, you know,
That's true.
we're getting better. I think we're getting better with Facebook. I know Nextdoor has been, you know, the primary communication, but we can continue to get better.
Yeah, we can.
Instead of going through CAMs or through HOAs, we just have to go directly to the resident, and that's what we've learned over this last year.
But what's disappointing, when you're sitting here with 7,500, 8,000 units, living units, and the same 10 people show up, that's not good.
That's no matter where you go, you're gonna
But
get
that's
that.
life.
We had that same thing at the beach before I came. It was the
Well,
same
when
10 people.
you had something controversial, we had people. Rule 6 had people.
Yeah.
That meeting was full.
So do you guys think that we've got, I mean, you rated us a B.
I would rate us a B.
Everybody else think we've done better
On
with
which issue?
transparency,
On just,
Notification?
transparency, communication?
transparency, communication, and responsiveness.
It's
Yeah, I'd say
getting
we're a
better.
B.
Oh, and
Solid.
our monthly reports, you know, we put those out. We have Stephen Bloom come in quarterly on our finances. You know, if you can lead a horse to water, can't make him drink.
The
right?
more I look at this list, this is our survey. We reword these, this is what we send out annually, because if this is our success metrics, this is what we need to send out to people, and, you know, are they satisfied, and, you know, rate us 1 through 3 or whatever, I mean, that's it right there, we just reword it, that's our survey.
Yeah, your survey where you list A, B, C, D, none of the above, all of the above, whatever. That would be something we could do on an annual basis, like what Bob says, maybe do it either December, January, or February when everybody's
When we're
here.
full. Everybody.
It's not the perfect timing for us to get the information, but it's the perfect time to be getting it from the people,
And they're here.
and they're,
And you see what's going on.
Well, and you'll notice that on these, so we put these success measures, Lorna, on every agenda. Daniel's idea, we put these on every agenda item. So if you look at every single agenda item, staff has to pick one of these that it's most applicable to.
Oh, wow.
I would have this, if it was me, and if I were you, I would have different members of the staff aligned to these as our champions. So having someone that is responsible for quality of life, like how, responsiveness, and that's like Randy. Randy would be transparency, communication, responsiveness.
The only one I've struggled with on this list, and I think I told Lorna, was sense of pride.
Yeah.
And that's what you strive to have in your community, like, and I go back to the beach, you know, growing up on the beach kids stuck together, you know, the natural disaster came together as a community, Fright Night, you know, raising money for candy. we're getting there. I don't think we have that yet. I know Carrie's been doing a lot of work with partnerships in some of the churches and community groups and stuff, but that one I struggle with the most.
This is one where it's tough because the challenge that we have in Gateway is even though we're a community, a lot of people work outside of Gateway, kids go to school outside of Gateway. I mean, I petitioned for years and was on, 2 different boards within the county to get that high school here, and none of my kids will probably go to school there. Which is very disappointing, but, our kids go to school somewhere else. So that sense of community and the fact that it's so transient for them, it's really tough. If you don't have a strong, church organization or community organization or something along those lines, it's tough because we almost operate as sub-communities. Like Gateway Greens, they do their thing. Pelican does their thing. Stony Brook has their Stony Brook Women's Group and all that stuff. We need to figure out a way how we can bring community together. Now, we do it a couple ways through events, but we don't have a social or even a philanthropic core within Gateway.
You don't have.
And it would be really nice if we could get some influencers from the different communities to do a Gateway thing. But I will tell you, I think there's a lot of pride living in Gateway. I think there always has been. That's why people move here.
Well, what's frustrating is we set up that President's Day, and the turnout on it is not good.
Started out
But I'm
great.
finding out why. Our data is not correct. The people we don't have the right people.
Yeah.
They've changed board members, or they've changed.
Well, there's constantly change, constantly.
I know it, and it's tough.
Always.
It's
So
tough.
we need to be auditing that.
But we somehow, some way, we have got to get these presidents out to our meetings. We've got to get them out. They're our communication back to the communities, because the stuff that we send out aren't getting to the people.
Well, and I think we also need to look at driving best practices with committees. The more people you have involved in the community, whether it's through a committee or volunteer or whatever, that sense of pride enhances. You look at Fort Myers Beach. It took Ed Ryan to start Beach Talk Radio and to mobilize, and the beach. The beach has always had a community within itself. So there's been a little bit of division, but it took one person to drive a community effort to consolidate, and now they're raising hundreds of thousands of dollars at the beach. They've got, volunteers for everything, but it just takes someone in a group and a purpose. And that's the other thing too, like we don't have a lot of crisis in Gateway, which is a plus. You normally rally around crisis. I ran Gateway Gives, which is a nonprofit, for 5 years, and we had events and we had a lot of volunteer activity. But at that time, that's when, there was a lot, I think it was 2008.
Last week's Milton activity, Pelican really congealed. They had the peeper teams in place, people were there, they had the ham radio operators help people. There were a number of messages that, I'll put up your shutters if you need help.
Right.
And there was an awful lot of that. And it's a small community, but it can happen. And people did rally very, very well. But historically, we've kind of done that.
And we just need to figure out how we can create a group that will mobilize like they do in Pelican, like they do in Stony Brook, like they do in Gateway Greens, whether it's women's group or, whatever these affinity groups are. And I think that might be a good starting point.
Well, I think, I mentioned to Carrie the other day, I jokingly told her, I said, Hot Moms Walk. How, you have a bunch of young mothers that aren't working and, take their children in strollers. We have an FPL easement. Just coordinate a date and time. It's every Monday at 9 and they go on the Hot Moms Walk.
And Ed can be the judge.
Something simple.
Well,
Simple.
that's where, to
That's
me,
zero cost.
again, that's where I think the position under Parks and Rec is Parks and Rec
Gotta get somebody
programs.
confidence.
It's someone within staff that's, like, we have an activities director in Stony Brook. I know you guys have a activities director. I'm not sure about Gateway Greens, but.
But they're not active.
Good golf
Any
club.
activity?
They're not active.
Well, your activities really come from the club.
They're
Which
like
there's
really-
tons of stuff in the club, but maybe that's
They
it.
are
It's
they're
something
really
they need to look at, is someone that's drive programs, events, and that should all fall within the public works. And then you can start to build that within the community, get volunteers, and all you do is find influencers. They're in every community, and you could do a community walk or.
And we've been starting to build the foundations.
But one of the issues is, the challenge is, we just don't have the facilities
No.
to do
You know that they will come.
music on the lawn, or to have
Bingo.
something like that.
Parks.
We just don't have the facilities. Pelican has facilities, Gateway Greens has their own facilities, but I think that's one of the reasons why I have really push for the park stuff is because we just don't have a central location for people to gather. And I think that, that could be an issue in the whole community of rallying. But I think overall, there is a sense of pride in this community.
And I just want to point out too, you talk about people coming out. Sometimes people don't come out because they're just happy. They're at peace and they don't want to, we have that in our community. We have some people who don't come to meetings just, not that they're unhappy. They love the community and they're very proud of the community, but they don't want to go to a public gathering. They're happy just to be at peace in their community. And that's okay.
I find it amazing, in mine, I've got 1,439 units. How many people don't even know who the next door neighbor is? It's unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. I would say greater than 60% of my community do not know who their next door
Well,
neighbor
and
is.
maybe that's what they want. Maybe they're happy and they're proud to be in a place where they can be left alone.
There's so many things that we can do. I mean, like if Ed and I were to get together and say, we're gonna do a Gateway Cup every year, we're gonna put a tournament on in the club, all the proceeds go to charity or something like that, and just how many golfers we can get out, or we're gonna do, like senior festival, wherever, or like there's so many, our demographic is so broad. And you have to reach out to all those. I mean, I love the Christmas tree lighting event that we have, or festival, I don't know what we're calling these days. But there's, the demographics are all over the place. That's great. And you need to have those, but also you need to have things that speak to the sub-demographics. I mean, we have the leagues, and that pulls a lot of our people together. You meet tons of people through your kids playing with other kids and parents and that type of stuff. So I think we hit that. But there's other, working professionals or retired, like Pelican does their thing, Gateway Greens does their thing. So how do we pull all these people together? And I think that comes to a programs director or something along those lines.
Well, and that's, you hit the nail on the head when you said what's the occupancy on this room, Carol? What's that say?
49.
That is literally what we're capped at of any event that we have here. I mean, hell, even with staff and CPR, trying to work with South Trail and offer that to the community. We're limited to 49. That is literally all we have. And then we have to work around PPAC being in here, board meeting being in here. Staff uses this as a conference room that we have to share.
We can't put staff in this room. They have to sit in their own offices and watch remotely, and they're 20 feet away.
Yeah. So I think the vision's there, truthfully, with staff and, trying to get residents out of your community. What can we offer that is not duplicative of what you have in Pelican or Gateway Greens? But I think the sense of pride just needs to grow, and we need to get more involved.
There needs to be 2 or 3, maybe, a couple bullets under these, like as far as our workshop, that we're going to focus on for 2025. What are the areas
I like the
within?
idea of having champions.
Yeah.
I like that idea, having champions under each one of these so that they can develop those things.
Well, and we got 5 board members.
Yeah.
Each one of the board can sponsor one of these areas if we really wanted to get.
Well, I think of your 6 things there, 5 of them, the first 5, it sounds like we can put a measuring device of some sort to get a baseline for that. Number 6, I think, is kind of subjective, and I'd be willing to just put that one off till we get the others down.
It's just a survey.
But that's a survey. That would
Survey?
100% be surveys.
Very,
Okay.
very subjective.
Very subjective.
But it just, I mean, look,
But it would
this
give
gives
us
us a
a
compass.
base.
It gives us a compass.
Yeah.
You do the
And
survey,
if
but you
a
can
year
also-
from now, you find out that 45% or 75% of the people don't feel a sense of pride, oops,
Yeah,
something
there's
happened.
And that's gonna affect your other
What did you
measures.
say, Dave?
What I was gonna say is you also have other things that you can quantify on that, so instead of it being such a soft measure of success, you can quantify attendance to events, the holiday parties,
True,
the
true, yeah.
Easter egg hunt,
Particularly
things
for that
along those
time.
lines, yeah.
Pool passes,
The fishing tournament.
Facilities used.
yeah, fishing tournaments.
How many
Okay.
soccer, leagues are employing our services here, or how many kids are signing up and playing on the annual? You can tie numbers to it. It's not as soft as we think it is.
Well, this is a great discussion about this, this is great. This really solidifies it. The idea of maybe having a champion for each one who is able to come up with those metrics that we could use, and we'll put that together so that we have, that transparency, and then influencers. I love that idea of a champion recruiting influencers from within the community to do the work.
But
you know?
staff too, I mean, staff needs, you know, I think staff, this is our culture in building a sense of pride of where you work. And if they had some influence, like, you know, a great one is the environmental challenges. There's gotta be 2 or 3 people that are very passionate on staff about the environmental changes. And I'm sure there's plenty of people in the community who wanna know how we're preserving our wetlands, or what materials are we using, or that type of stuff. And just as an example.
Yeah, it needs to be like committees. It could be huge.
So we can put measuring devices,
What's
we
gonna
can
be
put
huge?
measuring devices to all of these 6 and have that ready by the end of this year, fiscal. December 31st of 2024, correct?
Well, you already listed 2 of them. You've got property sales turnover, property values for number 1. We can keep a compiled list, which essentially is the strategic plan of the things that we've accomplished over the year.
Okay.
So then your financial viability and integrity, do we stay within budget? That can be that measurement. Transparency, communication, and responsiveness, you know, we can see what the counts are and the clicks are for Facebook or the website, or, you know, a certain post or things like that. So again, quantifiable. Environmental challenges, that one I don't know how we would quantify that one.
I don't even know if it's,
How many?
I don't know if it's environmental challenges. I think it's, you know, or
You know what gets quantified on that one at a lot of other organizations is SSOs, significant reportable incidences
Yeah.
for environmental. So for like us, we had the fire off the lake twice.
Well, we had the FDP sewage.
Well, the environmental challenge we just had 2 weeks ago was getting that water level down on those ponds. People see that and saw what we were doing. They're a little frustrated that it didn't go down, but that's another issue.
yeah, I don't know if it's environmental awareness, or maybe, I don't think challenge is the right word. I think it's maybe something more around environmental awareness or promoting environmental responsibility or something along those lines.
Well, I think,
Issues.
Maybe it's responsive, we are responsive and addressing environmental
Or responsible.
well, it says we're creative in addressing environmental
which
challenges.
means we're responsive. So, kind of there.
And it kind of, I mean, depending on what you're looking at, for the Public Works Maintenance Building in the back, we've hit a wall with South Florida Water Management District, you know, with,
By wetland?
yeah, the wetland back there, that's in the back, that they wanna call it,
I
with,
thought that was a dog park.
No.
They
The
bring out-
wetland's trying to reclaim
It's a
more
wetland
land.
now.
Let's put it that way.
with our landscaping and our oak trees, you know, we wanna try to preserve our existing trees, but, you know, we also have the issue with the roadways.
Look what those guys are doing to Gateway Boulevard. Gateway Boulevard is in horrible condition, just horrible. Trees.
Hardwood
Tree roots.
trimming, palm trimming, we have the landscaping, we have, you know, any other permitting issues that we come across, landscape buffers.
You know what we should do to that road, the new one that they're working on? Need to put a road in between, put some cracks in.
Lumpy. Well,
I think this is a good.
I just want to make sure that we can take these, quantify them, have them by the end of the year, so that when we sit down next year, we can use that as a base and say, okay, what are our new numbers? And what are we doing well at, and what are we not doing well?
So first thing we need to do is establish who is the champion for each one.
Well, I think you probably, I think I could work with staff and come up with baseline metrics for all 6 of these. So how we're gonna measure and what's the frequency. So 1 is how we're gonna measure, and then 2 is how are we gonna address these on an ongoing basis. Is it one committee that's responsible for all of these? Is there champions? Is there, you know, community advocacy groups or whatever? I mean, and this is the takeaway. I don't think we need to solve that right now, but the most important thing is we have measurement.
Right.
Have measurement. Then we'll figure out how to, because we're doing, I'd say measured across the board. I think we're probably, you know, averaging B across the board on all of these items. So it's not a matter of, are we doing a good job? It's like, how do we go from good to great? That's just my input. I think we do a pretty good job in all these areas.
Let's get a sandwich and then we'll talk some more. Let's get something to eat.
Our real test is
Get some
coming
fuel.
in the next 2 to 3 weeks with that building. That's gonna be a challenge. That's gonna be a challenge. There's a lot of people in the community who do not understand why we're doing this.
Well,
And that's going to be.
And
People
sometimes
on
we
this
just-
board that don't understand.
Sometimes we have to make tough decisions.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Have you seen this?
Doing okay now? We're on target? We're good?
Euro down?
Carol, you ready to go? You okay? Is it okay with you if we go?
Oh, darn right.
All right, fantastic. Give us the next slide. Okay, so there's this, Doug, you can't go because this is for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
All right.
there's this thing called culture.
There be scissors.
And one of
to,
the
like, kill
questions that
somebody with
Doug
scissors
asked me
here.
I'm listening.
was, could we really define the culture of Gateway community? You know, our services community district. And
I'll find one for you.
I thought
You
it
need
might
to cut
warrant
something
some
else.
discussion, and I plan to make him lead it.
Okay.
But if we had to define our culture, you know, if we, I'm gonna say just in 3 words, what would the culture be? Remember that culture is the stories we tell. It's the, you know, all these things, the arts, values, rituals, heroes. It's the stories we tell. So if you were to describe our culture in 3 words,
3 words.
what do you think? Doug, I'm gonna ask you to lead our discussion.
Gateway loves its trees.
Was it trees?
Loves its trees.
Oh, trees. So a love for nature, huh?
That's part of it.
I think our,
I'm just saying, the first thing that pops in my mind is Gateway loves
I
its
get
trees.
application after application at every DRC meeting, cut down another oak tree, cut down another oak tree.
I think that was Westinghouse.
I think when you have a community that 40% at least
Before
is
it was
seasonal,
Gateway.
you don't have a culture.
Gateway.
What do you think? You're the one who, you questioned this. You had to have thought about it.
Too many.
I mean, I think there's the culture that we would like to be, and I think we're a little bit in limbo when it comes to our culture. So, like for you coming in, because you and I have talked about this quite a bit, I think the culture that you're trying to instill in your staff is that we try to be agile, you know, in the way we do things. I think we have kind of a just do it mentality, get it done. I think we're trying to progress to a more proactive culture. I think we try to be self-aware as a board, which can be tough. This is tough because, and this is why I brought it to your attention, because I think it's, if we can't immediately spit out 3 or 4 things, then I think that's why we need to have a discussion.
Laura, what do you think is the internal culture of staff?
I think that I agree with Doug. I think that we all feel like we're very reactive. But with that being said, I think over the last couple of years, we've been able to provide more tools to help people do their jobs better, especially, I mean, like large, even the extra vehicles and the stuff for the utilities guys and the public works, and some of the stuff that we've been doing is been able to help them do more with less resources. I think less human resources, people resources, not HR. But I think that it's getting better, but with us being divided, it makes things really hard.
What do you mean when you say divided?
Are 2 different buildings. We had been working really hard on getting ourselves to be less siloed, and the communication was getting better. And now that we're split between 2 buildings, I can tell you that every single review that I gave this year, everybody's self-review, including my own, mentioned communication. And it's not that Chelsea's not doing a good job, it's just really hard when we're split. I was over here all last week sitting in Daniel's office, and it was amazing. I mean, I got to see people and talk to people that I never see. And we had conversations that would have never happened had I not been in this building. So it's a struggle, you know, to be separated. We all just kind of come in and do our thing, and I don't think we have that interaction.
So I'm going to echo her sentiments, because I myself have heard and had conversations with Bill over the last year where we had a break or we had something happen, and he talked to the guys in the field, and he says they want to do it, they want to try it, they want to tackle it. And that going back to your in-house, out-house type thing. Part of it too, you know, you hear from Isaac or some of those guys who've been here longer, you know, never had a valve exercising machine. Now we have a valve exercising machine. It makes, their job and their life easier. We're, more efficient. I think from a culture standpoint, Doug, you had that good idea of having a culture champion. We vote on that every year. Georgia was nominated again this year. From an internal standpoint, Daniel, you're new coming into it, so you could probably give some input too, but, I think we're a family. You could ask any staff member here, and they're gonna tell you that we're a family.
Yeah, I think the things, and I just kind of cheated a little bit, I think the things that we should be looking for is we should be service-oriented.
Using AI.
Yeah, should be service-oriented, collaborative, innovative, and efficient.
But let's talk about what we are, not what AI
Yeah.
is.
I would say,
Well, I'm saying, but these are things, when I'm looking at, I think we are
Oh,
service-oriented.
these are things,
Right,
okay,
we're service-oriented, I think we are collaborative,
okay.
I think we're agile, we have to be, because we wear a lot of different hats, 'cause we have to, we don't have a huge team, and I think we try to be innovative and efficient.
I think we're empathetic. We care.
Empathetic, let's go.
I mean,
To the best of our abilities, beyond the environment that we're constrained by.
Mhm.
There's, between the political and the financial constraints. we do
And the
best that we
physical
can. Yeah, and the
constraints.
physical constraints.
Yeah.
We do the best with what we've got, I think, as a team.
Bill, you got anything to add? From a community, I think it's, you guys live here, what do you think? The culture of Gateway.
We're diverse.
Varies from HOA to HOA.
It really does.
It really does.
It does within the HOA.
Even from a staff perspective, working with HOAs, it varies from HOA to HOA and just who's user-friendly and who's not. Who's willing to work with us so that we can help them with solutions versus who doesn't. And that changes with their boards.
I've always felt like, as we have grown over the 20 years plus that I've been here, I think we've grown to be a more diverse community. It's not just a community of homes. We have schools, we have businesses, we have, recreational stuff. So we have a really diverse population and demographic that both live here, play here, work here. So, the point I was trying to make is the culture that we want to be as a district, not when I say district, I mean the CDD, our management group. It's important that we kind of understand who we are, because that's who we want to hire. We want creative thinkers. We want self-starters. We want people that are service-oriented. We need people that are empathetic, that have a natural curiosity for things. That's the type of culture that I think we're trying to hire too. And if you look at, people in this room that we've hired, thought leaders, those that I think can operate independently. So that's what I was kind of getting to, is who are we as a district, and then who should we be as a community.
Well, we're not fully staffed yet, and we haven't been since I started here.
And maybe one of the things that you and I talk about is, what do we not want to be? I think if we look at kind of in the past, we have been toxic at times, so we definitely don't want to do that. We've had some folks that are, I'm trying to think of the word, but those that aren't inclusive, that want to do things their way, whatever. I think our board's been really fortunate over the last 8 years that I've been on it, that we've been able to operate with diversity of thought, where we are collaborative, we come together most of the time.
Well, and just the time that Daniel was gone, I watched utilities work with public works and problem solving and triaging, and Nathan, calling up Bill, or Carrie calling up Bill, everybody's calling Bill. But just to problem solve and triage and, hey, let's figure this out before we go outside. Like, let's talk through this, what about MOT over in Pelican, with their Mexico, what's going on? So, I think that's kind of the expectation of any small, you know, government or any entity is you have to have diversity, problem solvers, thinkers, because we're not like the county where you can wear one hat. I hear we just did year-end reviews last month, and every single person out of the utilities mouth was, well, we don't just do water, we don't just do sewer, we don't just do, you know, irrigation, we do it all. And you know, that's why we have to compensate accordingly. So I think it could be better. I think you can always continue to grow your culture, but you know, part of that too is the impacts, like Daniel was saying, of, you know, the board. The decisions, and, you know, if there's animosity amongst you all, they hear it. They know it. You know, if there's, you know, support of something, they hear it, you know. It gets down to them too. And every decision that you guys make, it impacts all of us. So,
And how long have you been here? 4 years?
2.
2 years.
A little over 2.
Because you know the standard and the standard thinking in management circles is that it takes 5 years to change culture.
We're getting there.
Well, I think we've had sort of, and I don't want to always be negative, but to Bug's point, I think we were before July providing value, and we were focused as a board. I personally feel we've got a paradigm shift since then. And now the 3 words I'd probably use was self-interest, divisive, and chimneys. You know, circle the wagons, good, bad, or indifferent. That's the perception that I believe the board has created for the staff. Now everybody's very much more focused on their neighborhood, their tribe, not on what is the best thing for all of Gateway.
And I think that's going to be, in order for us to get through this, I think we have to take a step back and look at it from a Gateway's point of view and abandon the community aspect.
Next slide.
I think that's the only way we'll be able to get to a resolution that works for everyone. And it's going to be tough.
And I
We
hear,
all
the
have,
word, I hear the words, but you know, it's all aimed in one area. So it's pretty hard if you're the area, if you're the target. What's the win for that group of people when they feel like they're just being bent over a table?
So with the other side, the other 2/3, it feels like that they.
Well, I don't know, I don't think that people have felt that way all, under certainly some.
No, here on this side.
I know. I don't think everybody over here thinks it's, you know, 100% Pelican sticking.
I got it just the opposite.
Okay.
Just the opposite.
Because it had never been an issue.
But the,
For 20 years, we've been talking about a lot.
Yeah.
But the thing that brought it to the fore is the ad building and the new park.
because it could be.
well,
Why couldn't they?
I think we're losing sight. Like, we should operate as a board whether we do the right thing. And, or at least we make an effort. We do the right thing, and that should be, you know, fair and equitable and defendable, in my opinion. So, and this is not the first time we've had difficult, since I've been on the board, it's not the first time we've had difficult things come up. This might be one of top 3, but, you know,
Well,
we've had areas
I think
that.
it's going to destroy our CDD.
It started about 15 years ago. And it started with the ponds. And the only reason it moved was the state came in and told us, you're going to do it. You're going to fix your ponds. Boards in the past didn't want to spend money. It did not only on the ponds, look at the utilities. We basically had maybe a backhoe. That was about all we had. We couldn't do squat. At least now we have assets that we can adequately maintain our facilities. Are we there? No, we got a long way to go. We've got sewers that have never even been opened, manholes never opened in 30 years. I hate to even think what's down in some of those
No, we
things.
find them too.
Do
We didn't
I?
even know that we had them, we find them.
Well, that's
But
another
the issue
component
is
of.
that I think we're moving the right way on all the things. We are, if nothing else, we are a utility. That's what we are.
Well, and,
Predominantly, we are a utility.
well, and if I think of culture too, I think one of the things that we should be saying for, we should be accountable. We should be accountable for what we do, and I think we follow the process. We leverage experts. If we do things the right way, I think we will land in the right spot. And sometimes that takes compromise, you know, from the board.
But Doug, when you go back 8 years, 10 years, and you saw, we, the board, total board, I wasn't here, and you saw the money that Pelican was spending, to your point, sewers, catch basins, cleaning things, inspecting things, and doing it. One component of the community was spending millions to do that, whereas the other component did nothing. So now you flash forward, it's finally got the recognition, the state made it happen. So now all of a sudden, the perception is, well, we've already done it, and now you want us to pay for your stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't think most people are even aware of what
Believe me.
is spent. You know?
Everybody in Pelican's aware. You know, we've already got aeration, you guys don't, and now you want us to buy your aeration. Where were you when we put it in? And those kinds of things, that's the bone in the throat. We are far ahead and been recognized as being far ahead on these things, so that's great. Everybody should have been there, but we've already done it. So now we come up to the ninth inning, oh God, how would you guys like to pay for ours?
But the assessment methodology can solve that problem.
No, it doesn't, no, it doesn't. Rule 6 solved the problem.
Wait till you hear what Russ has.
Well,
let's-
I would buy that 100%.
Let's table this conversation.
I would buy that 100%.
And let's get back
We
to-
didn't change the rule until we do the.
Let's get back, which I think we could probably move
But
on.
when we don't change the rule, and you change the rule without knowing what it's gonna do, how can you possibly say that?
Because I have confidence in what we're
Okay.
gonna do.
Well, what we've done so far is, we have together reviewed our mission statement, our vision statement. We've looked at our success standards that are on your sheet. We have not varied from those. No one has jumped up and said, oh, this isn't the right mission, this isn't the right vision, these aren't the right success standards. And then when we put the culture discussion in with that, and we hear what's going on with our culture, internally with our employees, and even externally, we hear that we maybe have different pockets of what's important cultural-wise for different HOAs. The question really becomes this: do our success standards meet our cultural needs?
Or will our culture help facilitate us meeting our goals and our
Right.
success factors?
Right.
Yeah. And I
Let's
think,
make the assumption the culture survives. And it's very much in the air.
Well, the culture, I think externally is already different from HOA to HOA, I'm understanding, but internally, they still are responsible for the Gateway Services Community District, which
Today.
may exist in a different form later,
Right.
but right now, we're still on that page, right?
But you can't just gloss it over like there hasn't been some earth-shattering happen, because it has. It has poisoned the well, and we don't know where it's gonna go. None of us do. I don't know. But to sit here and make, longer-range goals for something that I'm not even sure is gonna be in existence, it's fun, it's
We
less what it's
agreed
done.
to do, we agreed to the 1 year, right? We agreed that we're gonna focus on the next year.
Well, but we couldn't get any further than that, that's why.
I don't want to get any further than 1 year because of the amount that we have just in the 1 year.
Okay.
I mean, if you do nothing, you're a boat at sea, just adrift in the wind.
Well, we are.
You have no
We are.
path where
Until we
you're
have a
going, you're aiming
resolution
for.
of the impact, we are a voted adrift.
But nothing is changing for this next fiscal year. Everything is the
I
same.
understand, but everything we
It's
do
the
in the next
following
6 months
year.
is gonna change in the following year. And until we know the impact of that, we're writing in the sand, next wave's gonna wipe it out,
Or it'll carry you ashore.
or drown you.
Do what, or what?
Or it'll carry you ashore.
Okay, let's go on. So, next slide, please. Okay, so one of the things that came from this, and this is when we start to talk about the details of our plan. You can just go ahead and do the transitions, that's okay. You'll remember this from last time. We talked about our main thing. We started last time our main thing. Remember, we defined that. From there, we defined our success statement, what things we had that would make us successful. We came up with our mission. We came up with our vision. We did a SCOT analysis at that time, looked at that. Had all kinds of discussion, put that all together, and we came up with these core focus areas. And that's what's outlined in our plan. So looking at the next slide.
What does SCOT stand for, remember?
The
Strength, challenge,
Challenges, opportunities, and threats.
One.
It's basically SWOT without a,
It's got a C instead of a W. Challenge instead of weakness.
Strengths, challenges, opportunities, threats.
Yep.
So these are our core focus areas as defined, and as you can see, they come right from our success statement. And as you'll recall, this is what we use to organize our plan. Showing the next slide there. When you look at our plan, this is what you see. You see it's each layer of it. Those are the 6 areas, and all of the tasks and goals and plans are listed under each one of those 6 areas, and that's exactly how it looks on your plan, which we will review in depth tomorrow. But we have quality of life, community improvements and maintenance, financial viability and integrity, transparency, communication, responsiveness, quality and environmental challenge, and sense of pride among all.
And I would suggest that if we knew last time when we made this, that Rule 6 was going to be repealed, we would have a totally different thing. It's a new world. Everything we did last year is
Next slide, okay.
just
Okay,
gone.
we'll see it. So you think this no longer applies?
I don't.
What do you think would be different?
Well, I don't know. I think if we resolve to dissolve, then you guys can do whatever you want. We'll do what we want. Don't minimize this. I mean, this is a serious.
But do you think?
But what we
that
did
if
a year ago, no,
Do you
we
think
didn't
if
know
we
about
were-
Rule 6 being repealed.
But if we were 2 separate communities, do you really think it'd be any different?
Absolutely.
Yes.
How so?
Absolutely.
You wouldn't want quality of life,
We've already got it.
but that would still be one of your core focus areas to maintain.
But it'd be
quality.
ours and we've already maintained it. We've been there.
So you take it off the list?
We probably wouldn't even waste the time to have a list.
We've already done that.
I'm serious. I'm not,
Yeah, I know.
not trying to be flippant, but if you ask anybody in Pelican, what's their quality of life, they're gonna say it's great.
So Greater Gateway should sacrifice our quality of life.
Absolutely not.
Because you're in a, your perception is you're in a different place than we are.
We are in a different, it's not perception, we are.
So,
And we're okay with where we are.
but
You guys
Pelican
are
is,
asking us to
Pelican
pay for
is
things
a
that you do.
community that you operate under your HOA and you self-fund certain things within your community.
So for
Correct.
everything.
Not everything.
No, not everything.
Your roads,
So
your.
as Gateway, as a,
We don't
as a,
self-fund
as a
our
whole,
He's talking about HOA. The
Well, I'm,
HOA.
when there is no HOA only in Pelican. Pelican is HOA.
so Gateway as a whole should sacrifice the things that we provide to the greater residents that make up all these different communities, because Pelican believes their first priority is to invest more in your Pelican than in Gateway as a whole.
I'll say the same thing right back to you. Pelican has already invested what we think. And now we're at the point where you guys want to catch up to whatever that is. And now you want us to contribute. We're fine if whatever you want to have over here, you pay for it. That's no problem. We've got 5 pools, you've got more.
There's only one answer. We're just beating around the bush.
Yeah,
The only answer is for them to secede. It's the only answer. You're never going to solve these issues.
I agree.
Never going to solve them. It's the only way it's going to happen. They've got to secede
But how
out.
is Pelican gonna operate without all of, you're not gonna.
It's gonna be
They have to
super expensive.
recreate it, secede.
Whatever, I don't say it's gonna be cost effective.
No,
But
it's gonna
regardless
be
of cost, it'll probably. be
millions of
$1.
dollars.
Okay, but we can all agree that if there's a change to be succession, whatever it is, it's not gonna happen in the next year.
No,
If it
my
does,
point wasn't rehashing. My point is, what we had a year ago is no longer valid to look at and say now we're.
See, I
Well-
don't believe that, Chelsea. I believe it can happen in 90 days.
Okay, but either way, as it sits today, we are one gateway. Everybody's in the district. So do
We're
these,
divided, Gateway, yes.
we're still part of it. If you choose to be divided, you choose to be divided. But these core focus areas are what we believe to apply to today. So if you don't agree with one, what would you put in lieu of that?
Replace it.
What would you replace it with? Or nothing. And
I think
that's
there's,
it, having
hold on, I
nothing.
gotta say something, and, you know, Bob, you and I have been friends for a long time, and Carol and I have been sympathetic to Pelican's plight through this, but my concern is, I think we are in a different place, and I think if you and Carol can't look at the greater good of Gateway, I think it's putting your seats in jeopardy,
Well, they are.
to be quite honest.
They absolutely are. Pelican would never win another seat. I said,
No, I mean, but you've always had the ability to look at things broadly. And I know this is, in your opinion, it is substantial. We don't know what the impact is. But I've looked at it 20 ways from Sunday, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is understand the benefit. And if that benefit is different than it was 20 years ago, then we need to, we need to
So be it.
reassess it.
So be it.
Reassess it. But I think you're almost taking this to a really dangerous spot, being so adverse to what's going on, that I don't know, I'm scared that you're not gonna make good, sound gateway decisions as a board member. I'm not trying to point you out, I'm saying if I was in that position, I could feel that too.
I hear what you're saying. I really
I
do.
mean, that's,
I'm not arguing that at all. But the point in time that the board voted to make a change without knowing what it was, you guys did it. When you voted to repeal Rule 6 without having any understanding of the impact,
I did.
that was
I
the
did.
Rubicon
That's
that was
not true.
crossed.
That's not true. I totally understand what we're doing.
No, you think you know.
I do know.
You can't,
This
know. We
was
haven't
my
done the
job.
assessment of it all.
I know assessment methodologies that well. I'm that confident.
Okay.
okay, well,
Other than a resident
all I'm saying is, I don't want us, we have operated as a board really well together for years. And this is a difficult one, and this is where we have to,
It's more than difficult, but okay.
yeah, but this is where I really feel like we have to at least try to operate under the process the best we can, have respect for each other, and I know that you two guys are two of five. I'm really concerned with our ability to operate moving forward.
So am I. Totally.
So, looking at these core areas, there is not one number up there that I don't think is applicable. And if I'm looking at it as a divided community, they apply to Pelican and to Gateway, in my mind. Because you want
But
Pelican,
we can't operate as a divided community, even if that's what you think. We sit on this board to represent Gateway,
yes.
period.
So all of these are applicable in my mind. Now, again, I struggle with a sense of pride, but I think that's, like we talked about earlier, subjective. But do we still think that those are our core focus area over the next year?
Yeah.
No, because they wouldn't have been the beginning. Had we known a year ago what we know today, I suggest this would be completely different.
So what's different?
Oh, I don't know. I can't go back and reconstruct.
No, what would be
But when I
different?
agreed to these a year ago, we were a congenial body.
Okay, so are any of these different now, based on your,
If this is the way the conversation's gonna go for the rest of the day and tomorrow, we need to postpone this, because this is absolutely a waste of my
Doug,
time.
that's how we started the meeting.
This is a waste of my
That's
time.
exactly what we said.
And I'm
And that's what I
missing
tried-
actual work to sit here. And I understand the concerns, and I literally respect both of you so much. But if this is where we're at, I mean, and honestly, if this is where we're at right now, we need to postpone what we're doing, because it's not gonna be beneficial at all. If we need to wait until we get further along and figure out what's happening,
But we can't afford to postpone. We still exist as a business. This is still a living organization that doesn't have permission to just stop working.
But there is nothing in here that's going to kill us if we don't do it.
Right.
Nothing in here.
This is all these tasks, so she's gonna do nothing.
I beg to differ with you. This
she gonna
is not
do
going to
nothing
kill
for the
us here
next
in this
year?
community. The fact that we have this document, we don't have this document, it's not going to kill us.
Day-to-day's gonna go on.
It's going to.
what I would say,
Continue.
I would say, staff still operates under what's existing. No,
What we
we
did
did
last
change
year.
from your perspective.
other than adding a bunch of tasks. But that's why I went back to the goals, and I need to know that we're on the same page.
I mean, if we can't say that, okay, directionally, this is, we agree on this, we're just gonna debate back and forth and say, it's just,
It comes down to one thing and one thing only. Who's picking up the tab? That's what it's all about.
There you
It's
go.
money. That's all this is about, is money. And that's the whole goal of assessment methodology, to make it fair and equitable. I have all the confidence in the world that Russ can make that happen and do it. Will it be perfect with some of the other answers that you guys bring up? You have different objectives in the community. And those, in my opinion, cannot be done in a divided community. They've got to be separated.
that's kind of our point with Stony Brook as well, right? I mean,
Huh?
That's kind of our position on Stony Brook as
Civil,
well.
civil,
Yeah,
civil.
we shouldn't have separate funds if we're all,
Yeah, but the issue, and Bob and Carol brought it up right at the beginning, and I think you're right. You hit the nail on the head. It's very difficult to go ahead until we figure out where we're going. We can live without this. We know what we have as the goals. Is it the way to do it? No. But is it the way to do it with the way we're going? No way in the world. We're never gonna come to any agreement. The first thing we need to know is right now to be able to take off the table, one way or the other, is secession possible?
Is it the recommendation of the board, because I'm sure you get support of Pelican.
Well,
At least explore.
Yes,
To explore.
that's what we need, is we need some exploration on that. Because if it's not,
Then we gotta go other ways, right?
then we gotta go other ways. And then's when it's gonna get really tough, because that assessment
Correct.
methodology has got to come up with a solution to the problem. It's gotta come up with a solution.
And Doug, your point earlier, I mean, yeah, this is divisive, I mean, and it's not personal, okay, really. But why would anyone in Pelican ever think that they could run for the board again? You guys got 60 votes, we've got 40. We'll never get another seat. That's never been a consideration in the past, because Rule 6 kind of mitigated all that where it really didn't matter. It's gonna be very important going forward, very important. Because if you get 100% of the vote in Pelican, you're gonna lose every time on any seat. And that's a real possibility. So now you got, 5,000 people sitting over here, and they don't feel that there's gonna be represented.
That's wholly.
I know, but it's real. I mean, it's something you have to recognize it, because that's the sentiment.
And that is what has been driving the whole thing for years of people saying, how did we get in this position? It was done 20 years ago. It wasn't done in a smoke-filled room.
Nope.
It was done in an empty room. 3 people.
And it was done legally.
3 people. No, it was not.
Wrong
Wrong
issue, but it was done legally.
It was 3 people. 3 people made this decision. 3 people.
Okay, guys, we can sit here for the next hour and say the same thing, which we did
Yeah.
back at 10 o'clock. It's now 1 o'clock. Let's get back to the screen here. I think in operating for this next year, yes, I would go with these 6 issues again.
I don't see things change.
I believe that there are probably qualifiers in each and every one of them. For example, quality of life. I would say 2 people on the board probably have a different perspective about exactly what that means, as opposed to maybe 3 others that have a different perspective. But if you're talking about operating the district for the next year, which is what we're doing today, you can stick with those areas right there. I think the one that's gonna lose is number 6, sense of pride.
Very rarely do we select that for our agenda items, because most of the time, transparency, communication, and responsiveness, at least in the items that I do, that's what I select.
I pick 3 or 4 usually, number 3 or
Which
number
makes
4.
sense, because you're finance. What do you pick normally?
Predominance or everything else except for my Parks and Rec items, that tend to be the sense of pride.
I wouldn't draw.
What does Austin do when he does the agenda
I wouldn't
items?
draw 6.
Well,
If
that's
you're not operating with a
possible.
sense of pride, then
Because
how do you maintain 1 through 5?
if 1 through 5 are happening, then that's automatic.
I don't think so.
And 6. You
No,
don't think a
I don't-
sense of pride is automatic?
No, I do not.
If we're providing quality of life, our assets, well, that's true, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean-
Because it's cultural.
I think most stuff that we do on our side is, 1 and 2. And then in-house internally as a staff, when there's an issue, 6 comes into play for us.
So here's an example.
Okay.
So,
Bill or Daniel's team does a piece of maintenance. They have to dig a hole. And they got to fill that hole back in. Do they put sod back on top? Do they rake it nice? Do they care what it looks like afterwards? Because they had to dig a hole and then fill it back in. That's the work. That sense of pride is what separates, I think that's a differentiator. I think you have to operate with pride, or else it's very difficult to do the other things well.
That's
that's what I say, and for us, that's on the back end.
And we see that. We see that out on the street. The people see that. We have the example over on Mahogany Run. with that yard, we had the service line deal break. We had a hole that was like this that just got big.
Became as big as these.
And when they got done, they came back, had to replace the guy's part of his paver driveway, the yard. There was a sense of pride when they left. It looked better
The one you
than
started.
when they got there.
That's,
And
and
there was
that's
a sense
customer
of pride
service.
with that. That was a sense of pride. And the guys will say, we wear more than one hat. We dig the hole, we repair the pipe, but we also laid the sod, we laid the bricks, the paver back, and there was a sense of pride.
We poured.
We didn't have that before.
we're
Years
pouring
ago, we
concrete
did not
dri-
have that.
We're pouring
Look at
concrete
stick it.
driveways back
Move on.
because we've got cleanouts that are under concrete driveways
Yeah.
that we're having to go in and dig up.
That's
And doing that too.
that's one of the biggest problems that our people in this community don't understand, is that we went and are working with a system that for 25 years had no maintenance performed
Well,
on it. It
not,
was
not only that,
poor.
the value,
Now we're trying to catch up.
the value that was being measured was, there was more value in not doing things than doing it, because it kept the assessments down.
Yeah, that's exactly,
That was the driver,
objective.
that was the metric,
No increase.
no increase.
Well, what I'm hearing is that it belongs there, and maybe
I think it does.
things don't line up in there, you know, so much, but,
If
you
someone
know, like
has-
yesterday when I was talking to some random person that lives here, and they told me, we did these new roundabouts, and they had these fountains, and they really looked nice, they did a really good job, and she was obviously very proud of that, you know, and it's like, that's why I said this morning, oh, the fountains look cool, because I did notice they did look cool as well.
And we didn't
And
even
just
do
people
that.
feeling-
Lee County did it.
Yeah, but you know, she was proud.
We did it.
Well,
We'll take
but hey,
the
look,
other way.
Well,
We got
but
blamed
have to
for the
maintain
roundabouts,
that.
and so we should at
Well, we
least give
chipped
some of
in
the
a million.
credit if it looks that way.
We chipped in $1 million.
It is in your community, so anyway.
Or more.
So yes, for the next year, should you use these? Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
moving along. So then what I want to do is go to the next slide. I want to do a little bit of discussion about the strategic action plan, how we're using it and what it's supposed to be, all right? Because I think we vary from that a little bit, and we've done good about today, you know, being specific that we're going to talk about the next year and what we're developing here, okay? And forgive me for not standing, but that drive yesterday killed my back, and I'm like having back issues, so I'm sitting, but, all right, so let's redefine what this strategic action plan is that we're using. Okay, so the first thing, it's a living document. Remember, we talked about that, and we were gonna be using it regularly to add things to. It's an action list of things that we have to do, and as we finish things, we're supposed to be crossing them all. So it is a task, it is a to-do list of sorts. I think one of the things in analyzing the plan and what you've done excellent job with, like I said, you have 89 tasks on it, but there isn't a real way to prioritize them, and that's something when we do our deep dive that I think we talk about. And especially now, given what we understand what your 3 goals are, I think we need to be kind of clear about establishing some kind of priority order for your task list, and also being more specific. But I think the fact that we're limiting it to 1 year helps, because a lot of the things that are listed as fiscal year 25 or fiscal year 26, and I think we can be more specific in how we list those tasks. So it is a task list with the initiatives. It's published for the purposes of clarity and transparency. That one worries me, because when I talked here and we heard this today, like, when did we see this? You know, that, so somehow in our review process, we're going to need to be more serious about making sure that people are actually looking at it. And considering, you know, do you see it as staff? Are you seeing it? I never
Yeah, we're the ones
really-
updating it.
What's that?
We're the ones updating it.
So you're seeing it?
Our feedback is going directly.
Are you using that like with your staff too, to show them,
Yes.
here's what we're doing?
Because they're the ones feeding me the information on where they're at, because I mean, it's basically echelons, top echelons, right? It's just,
Right,
the key core values are our main goals
Yeah.
across the board for the district, and then that nests underneath public works, utilities, admin, and we all have our own objectives and tasks to do underneath that.
okay, so how do you prioritize it using a list like how?
So there's a
are you able
constant
to-
prioritization between myself and Chelsea,
Okay.
but it's, you know, flavor of the week, based on the priorities outlined that come out of the boardroom.
Okay.
You know, to say it lightly.
So you, I think I hear you saying that you actually do have a way of establishing priorities depending on what's in.
Oh, we do, because honestly, from my perspective, from my foxhole, right? I have so many tasks on the plate that if I don't go to Chelsea and say there's only X amount of hours in a week or in a pay period,
Mhm.
these are the 35 things that are on the table right now. What are your priorities? These are the priorities as I see them. Where do you want me to put the effort at? And that's a weekly conversation that her and I have.
Okay.
Because it changes, right? It changes.
Okay.
Consistently, it's a fluid, living, breathing thing. And her and I have a weekly meeting that just syncs that every week so that we're staying on top of the things that are the top priority at that time. Now, is it taking away from other areas? Absolutely. You know, it puts more focus on one area and takes away from another, and as we go down, it trickles down into my staff. My staff feels it. What's that saying? It all rolls downhill. They feel it. They feel it more so than anybody else does because they're the ones on ground. And if things strategically shift quickly, they're the one that gets the biggest whiplash from it, or backlash from it. So it's being communicated. I'm working with my team, being funneled down from top down and then bottom up, and that gets relayed back and forth in our conversations, and I think that actually drives some of her prioritization. But then there's other variables, environmental variables. Our contractors don't always start on time. They don't mobilize. They don't have the capacity or capability. Our engineering staff or our legal staff can't always accommodate when we're inundating them with too much too. So she's constantly, you know, racking, stacking the priorities as she sees them.
I think what you said
And
today.
do you think that causes confusion? Or do you think,
That's a
Does it
leadership
cause
thing.
things
I don't think that
no,
is
do,
so much
do
an issue.
things get pushed off that if you had just stayed with it one more week, that it would have been done? And then you could have gone to the next.
Confusion, no, maybe frustrations, yes.
Frustration?
Frustrations, or
Okay.
like when you think, if my job is to be, let me pick an environmental specialist, and I think my job is the most important thing to me in this world, or I'm the maintenance supervisor and I think roadways and signs are the most important thing, and if a shift happens to say, let's prioritize this over that, but that person's down the rabbit hole 3 or 4 months deep into projects that involve them and their specific areas of expertise.
Right,
Of course, that's going to create frustrations, right? I mean,
Okay.
think about LMEs, the clear cutting. There's a lot of frustrations, even on the public side of that,
LME,
right?
lake maintenance
Lake maintenance,
easement.
clear cutting.
Thank you, okay,
The
I got
clear
one.
cutting. When we change that, there's second and third order effects that happen with the work that needs to be done on the Tetra Tech side. On the letters to residents, the interaction time that I have to have, more stewardship and being out there with community members to communicate that stuff. Same with Chelsea and Laura and everybody else. But to the person that's got to go down to the ground and do the inspections and do the project meetings and all that stuff, yeah, it reverbs pretty hard all the way down to the lowest level.
I will say that my biggest challenge, and I just told Bill and Austin this week, with me being out last week, and, you know, we had a hurricane, Daniel was out, you know, et cetera. If I am not in constant contact or pushing our engineers, our attorneys, our outside, our contractors, it is not getting done, period. It's not happening. And oftentimes, all 4 of us are held back because, and I mean, Bob probably knows more than anybody, waiting on Tony for something, waiting on the engineer on something. You know, this was on last Tuesday's engineer meeting list and it still hasn't been done. And it's now Tuesday the next week, and what's going on?
Or
So-
things completely outside of our control. Permitting at Lee County, you know, getting design plans back in a timely fashion, or giving review and comments and then having that action. You know, there's a lot of back and forth that's outside of our
So,
control.
do you often feel like you have to be the bitch all the time?
That's my job. It is. I feel like I am constantly nagging and I'm following up on items, you know, and if I am not organized, then these guys can't be organized because I have to be able to say, hey, Laura, I don't know how many times, you know, you see how close we sit. She'll turn around and she'll say, Chelsea, I need you to tell me what I need to focus on this week. And I'll say, okay, it's boom, boom, boom.
She'll give me 5 things that I'll need to be done right now, and I'm like, okay, you need to pick one.
And so it's not external only, it's both, so your direction and your follow it's both external and internal.
Yes.
Some things we can control, some things we can't, like permitting and some of that other stuff. To me, that what you're saying the environment is right now is a huge risk.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about succession planning, if you were to leave tomorrow, we would,
He steps into my shoes.
yeah, but if you're telling him what priorities are, how was he supposed to step into your shoes tomorrow and understand what your priorities were
This
yesterday?
document is what it is.
That's what we're doing, I mean. we
But that's what
have-
you're saying.
Yeah,
But my point is, if the document is providing you direction, why isn't that document providing everyone direction? I don't mean 100%, but
it should be.
It would at a 30,000-foot view.
That's
But
why
then you gotta
makes
boil it
sense.
down and nest it
Execution.
down into utilities priorities, public works, admin, and then it.
my point is like, it sounds like it's not efficient. Now, it's efficient because you're making it efficient.
Next
So
slide,
there's a gap.
Laura, next slide.
It's,
And I may be just not interpreting.
And then I think, you know, to build upon Carol, what you said with her and that role that she's gotta fill with that hat, I think the three of us have to be in the middle ground because you still gotta leverage those relationships with the people that work for you, but still get things accomplished. So we're torn because we gotta get the things done, but we also have to work within, not taking too many people to the extremes where I'm burning them out, right?
And is that just the nature of what we do?
That is a lot of the nature of what we do, but.
50% control and 50%,
Yeah.
reactive.
And then giving people the brevity to be able to make decisions and stand behind them with the best information. that they
well,
have.
and a lot of it, this entire district, we are reactive. It doesn't matter if you're utilities, if you're finance, and your public works, we are reactive. We are not at the proactive stage yet. We will get there, but we are still reacting. We're still catching up on ponds. We're
Laura
almost,
said that when we talked about culture, that was her first word.
we're.
It's better than when I
we're
came here
almost to
4
the
years
green-
ago.
the
But
green
isn't that
list.
kind of typical of utilities though? I mean,
No,
No.
No.
It ain't ever gonna change, believe me.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
It
this
ain't
is
gonna
the nature of the beast.
It's the nature of the beast.
but you can,
There'll
You
always
can
be a
lessen-
reactive element,
but not
but
your
there are
entire,
things that we can do to
Right.
be.
But if we're, like, here's what we've been saying for years, is like, okay, if we're exercising valves, if we're doing maintenance and
Yes.
doing all those things, then our likelihood of, critical reactiveness lowers. And then, things are gonna break, whatever. But we're not putting out forest fires
Well,
on a daily basis.
let's use the public works side. So we're almost to the green of our priority list on our ponds. We're almost to those green ponds. So we're going to be able to turn from reactive to getting, where we should have been all along to, all right, let's just do point repairs for the next, 5 to 10 years and make sure we're maintaining it. We're not triaging everything. We're all reactive. And if it's coming from a subcommittee meeting and there's, the ponds committee says they want to do something, or safety and security says they want to pave a road, or if it's from this board, or if it's from PrAC or PPAC, we're reacting. That's all we've been doing. I mean, there's not many, I don't envision many projects that we have done in the last year that have been forward thinking.
I think you're missing the boat on something big time.
What?
We haven't even touched aeration.
Exactly.
We haven't even touched it. We got a monster in front of us on that. We haven't even started it. What we've done a good job kicking the can down the road on it.
So what can we do, or what does our focus need to be on 2025 in order to make, so we've got things written down on a piece of paper, we've prioritized those.
Well, what we're gonna do is, first I wanna talk about execution of the plan and have a discussion around how we are executing on this plan and how we can improve it.
Okay.
And then tomorrow we wanna go deep.
Okay.
Tomorrow we're gonna break it out by category and see what we can do to revise the plan, how we can, based on a discussion of execution, how we can improve the plan and make it possible.
Yeah, and I think the focus is on the execution on the plan, because I think we can
Right.
prioritize, we can put things on paper,
Right.
but the execution is where the
Because when I'm
rubber hits the
talking
road.
to
Yeah,
you all,
correct.
when I'm doing the
First thing you gotta do is you
individual,
gotta identify the problems.
I'm hearing
Then
that.
you're gonna prioritize the problems.
Well,
And
for a year.
I don't think
We're
we're
only-
done with that yet.
No, we've got 1 year.
And we prioritize we know where our priorities are, we have our three overarching goals.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Let's talk about the execution. Okay, so the first thing is to thoroughly review and update this plan at regular intervals, and y'all have chosen quarterly. The disturbing news is you all looked at me and said, what? Like, it's in your packet, but I don't know that we're actually doing a review of it. So we're gonna have to talk about that as we put this together tomorrow. How are we going to be transparent with that review? And you know what, I don't know if it's even feasible to sit down and review every core area. Maybe you choose one core area per month instead of doing it quarterly, just like rotate the core areas or the areas that are most critical at that point. But I think we're gonna have to talk about how to more effectively review this because.
I think we need to dedicate a workshop quarterly to it, the 1 hour workshop
On,
on updating this, reviewing and updating this.
of each area assignment, like
I think,
admin,
no, I say we need
utilities,
to do the
public
whole
works.
thing. I mean, what do you think?
So I'm a little biased in this because I've done it at Pinellas County. I established their entire strategic plan, and they went to a monthly and quarterly, and quickly realized that if you don't do a broad picture of all the things and touch on all of it, you'll focus in on the things that are a priority to you specifically. There's an undue bias there, and then everything else falls to the wayside and it never gets addressed. Or
So
you don't
in other words, identify everything, prioritize it.
prioritize it, yeah.
So it has to be like a 1 hour workshop on the whole thing.
Yeah.
Will once a quarter be
Because
sufficient?
if you pick a goal area to focus in on, okay, so that you go by what, quarter before you touch, you go potentially 3 quarters before you ever touch, something, or 4 quarters before you ever even look at it. And now you're back at the year and you're doing your annual stuff, and you're like, I never touched on that sense of pride item, or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
And is an hour a month gonna be enough?
No, a quarter, an hour. a
That's
quarter.
even less. The Daniel point, how much are you gonna get done?
Well, that gives us a quarter to accomplish tasks.
To me, the
It's gonna be
staff
more of a
needs,
report than a discussion. This is
the
gonna be a
3 levels
report.
of staff, admin, enterprise, and public works, need to identify everything they can possibly think of over a long-term period. Then shrink it back if you want to do it just for 1 year, and then start prioritizing those.
That's the hard part, because
Because that's gonna take time, because if you put it together and then get different eyes looking at it, all of a sudden things, well, did you think about this? Did you think about that? That's when you start building the thing up. You might just come down to the basis that the staff levels that you think you need won't get done.
That's what I'm concerned. Staff in the last, 4 years, staff's around 50% total number of staff. And now we're putting in all these more tasks. We're gonna keep growing again. And is it something that we have to have?
The thing that's bad about it is the service life of the majority of our equipment is within 10 years of dying. We're gonna be replacing all this stuff, at a hell of a lot of money. And look, people just don't understand, these pump stations that we got, they're on their last legs.
So so from now on, why don't we have a workshop before every meeting?
I
At
think
least a workshop before, once a month, every meeting.
we do.
Or
We do.
A workshop every month.
Every other
We
meeting.
do.
Right now, it's every other.
It's the
meeting.
first
Yeah.
meeting.
First
yeah.
meeting.
Yeah.
I'm saying in front of every meeting.
Just do it every meeting.
You start at 2 o'clock with a workshop, 3 o'clock starts the meeting.
You've kind of done that inherently with Russ's schedule for
Or-
the assessment.
Well,
Or
the
do
key-
the 5th Thursday of the month,
The key is, the first
and
thing
make
is
it a
to
workshop kind of meeting, and have a special meeting.
is we need to identify the problem. Identify these problems. You said 89. I want to look at those and just see how many of them are public works, how many are admin, how many are enterprise, and does it cover everything? Does it cover everything?
something that helped me outline it in the past was really establishing a 5-year CIP and what that looks like
That's
over time.
essentially, yeah.
I mean, it's not saying that you have to execute that CIP, that capital improvement plan, but it's outlining what are your goals over the next 5 to 10
You
years.
recognize.
You recognize, and then you start templating in time and space. I know that's the year that we're executing, but if you don't look at the broad spectrum, because we're in design, we're in planning, we're in those phases, all sequentially, while we're out doing construction, or we're doing the things that we're doing in real-time, day-to-day operations. If you're not looking at the broad picture of like, I know I need to go out and clean stormwater basins over the next 5 years, and I'm not budgeting for it or allocating for it or planning for it, or it's not on top of this.
How many months in the next
Daniel,
12 months
I don't,
at 5 Thursday?
I understand we're only gonna be able to execute a year, but if you don't have that that plan, that forward thought of like, I know what I need to get done over the next 5 years, 10 years, and there's some people that have
You're gonna
20-year capital improvement plans.
But see,
Understanding
I
that-
don't feel
That's
that
what
I
I've been
have
trying
the
to
right
say
to
is
stick my nose
Business
in
doesn't stop.
to operations. Those are operations. You're planning it, you're, you know, you've got your steps done. But that's not my job.
Yeah,
As
but
a
your
member
trouble
of
is,
the
but your
board.
trouble is,
That would
to
be
an
quarter.
extent, Carol, for one reason. You're gonna have to come up with a method of how it's gonna be paid for. And how do you know how much you're gonna pay for, or you're gonna finance it, if you don't know if it's valuable to us? So you've gotta know the basis of doing these things.
I just asked Chelsea.
Critical infrastructure, I think is everybody's job in this, in
Okay,
this room, and it's at
Chelsea
the end
just
of the
looked
life
at the
cycle.
calendar. In the next 12 months, we've got 4 months in which we will have a fifth Thursday. So rather than doing it an hour at a time, why not dedicate a fifth Thursday meeting and make it long enough, a 3-4 hour meeting, and we can totally address these every quarter, and that would work. I'll just throw that out. Then you got enough time that you get all, if you gotta have all 85 minutes, okay, you got all 85 minutes.
But you don't still have the Thursday, the.
The other workshops are other
You
things.
still have the deal.
Yeah, for other things. But this will be just something new that we can
It's okay with me.
look at on
Be
a
a good
scheduled
one to
basis.
start on.
Yeah.
Be a good one to start on.
Well, and, you know, I just want to throw out, that when you look at those 89 items, or however many items there are, the main thing for you as a board is the core areas. You know, to understand that we are, number one, looking at focusing on those 3 goals that Chelsea just outlined for us, and number 2, addressing our core areas to make sure that we are complying with our mission, our vision, and our standards of success. So I wouldn't expect you in those meetings to pick those things to death. That's what staff does. Staff is listing those tasks that they have to complete. But you need to be aware of what's happening so that you'll understand what they're working on. And with priorities, you know, this is our priority. It's all about, you know, building this administration building. And that's where we're focused. So yes, these other things need to be done, which is why I said, like, on execution, we need to be specific with our items and a little clear. Like, I noticed you had struck through some things that were completed, which is cool, because it says, hey, we finished this, you know, you struck through it. But boy, that's gonna be a big document over time, so I think we need to think about an execution. How, do we want a second document that tables all those things, or, you know, how do you kind of show what's complete? Maybe each quarter when you, or after each one of these meetings, you refresh it completely and take out the strike items. Because they would be there for the record. That's something that I think we should think about too. So, progress being recorded on the document. A lot of times I see, you know, when I review your document, and you guys will see us tomorrow, it just says ongoing. And it's like, well, if it's ongoing, we don't need it there anymore. You put something in place to do it. It's an ongoing task. I don't think we need to just keep saying ongoing. Then it's done, right? You've got some kind of method in place to deal with it. These are some of the things I've seen on execution. So we can look at that tomorrow when we start breaking down the plan, one item by item. Is that fair? Okay. One of the comments we had is, I'm thinking we should stop for the day, come in tomorrow fresh and do more of a deep dive. Well, let's take a little break. Let's regroup for a minute. Because my head's spinning. Let's just
Welcome to
take a
Gateway.
minute. Yeah. Now, let's see.
It's on the SharePoint site, right?
I don't know, I have to find out from Georgia. I think it's in my OneDrive.
We should put it on the SharePoint site in the board folder.
Yeah, I know.
They're gonna be using the SharePoint site.
No.
Anybody want any more of this, or we're gonna throw it in the break room for the guys and ladies?
Thank you, that was delicious. So whoever got it, thank you very
I
much.
keep saying that all the time.
That's
It's on the
Georgia.
SharePoint site.
Georgia?
It's on the SharePoint site.
We're done?
No,
Oh, that's everybody.
Taking a break.
Well, I missed something.
We decided to take a
She's-
quick break,
she's
and you already
recording.
wrote.
I didn't have any choice.
Yeah, we were just taking a minute.
I didn't like to sit in here. And the chip, so
We are over it too, right? 2 o'clock is done.
2:30.
2:30.
Tears.
You remember that skit?
Kinda.
Get this stuff.
I think we were gonna leave the rest of that out for people to snack on for the rest of the time.
Maybe the little girls were that'll be better.
Oh, we need cookies.
We have cookies.
For sure, cookies are good.
We have
Oh, they
cookies.
are very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Almost crunchy.
Yeah.
I like them crunchy.
So then we were talking about execution, and there's a list of things that I have up there, but one of the things we want to do is we start revising this plan, is just make sure that we're considering execution, because I don't feel like, from the discussions I've heard, that we've really done a good job with transparency and communication.
I think the challenge is, and maybe Daniel can, I think we just move, and Bill too, I think we just move at such a fast pace. We've always had so many things going on. We try to, you know, where they say, it's the same when you're in flight, trying to change the,
Yeah, change the direction of flight.
Course
Yeah.
correct.
yeah. You know, we never get to the point where we can stop to do a rehaul or, you know, to truly do a, you know, a transformation. We're having to, you know, change the wheels while we're in motion.
See, I think we got the core, I think we have the bones here. So,
I remember you were talking about trying to roll out, your, better utilize that Microsoft 365 for shared docs or shared points.
It exists, we've already built it out.
Seem like this, our priority list, we feel it's nice to have a folder where we go to so the board can see. I don't know how many board people on a regular basis, but
So for me, knowledge management wise, our team site is where we're making software investments, where we're actually doing the work inside of our folders as a team collectively. And then when it's something that's 95% solution, ready to publish, ready to send out to residents, it's something we transition to the SharePoint. So that's where all the plans are, that's where all the documents and things like that are housed. And I've built that out, so utilities has their own SharePoint, I've got mine, admin's got theirs, it's all nested on the main page, main hub for gateway services on the SharePoint. There's a lot of crosswalks that you gotta do there between that and what our website is, right? What we outwardly post versus what we house.
For sure.
Okay,
And start making. That out.
here's the color.
yeah. I know.
She gave me, she knows it.
Just give me your records.
Okay. Here's my thought. We're gonna look at the strategic action plan. I know it's crazy, Chelsea thoughts, I know, especially in the afternoon. And then I'm starting to go down at this point. We talked about the strategic plan and all of the things that we have going on, right? I want you to put in your mind the things that you believe that we have going on, or that you foresee. It doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be in the next year, next 5 years, but by department. So like, perfect example, FPL street light conversion. That should go to Public Works. Pelican Ponds, Public Works. Enterprise, we've got the Lower Hawthorne Well. Of the things that you think or know or that we need to do in the next whatever time period it is. It doesn't matter if it's a year or 5 years. Does that make sense?
Sounds like us, we're repeating the 89 deals.
But
That's what we want to check.
that's what I want to check to see if we're still on the same
We want to
page.
confirm before we look at it on paper, does it match what we think we have?
I was gonna say, if I can look at it.
Oh, no, see,
Why do
that'd
I
be
wanna
cheating.
repeat it?
Well, this will help by department, for, at least for me to go back and look at my department, because we've got so many dang lists.
We don't
So-
have it listed by department.
No, we don't have it, well, we will with this.
Here, you wrote all yours down.
So this can be a task, not necessarily done by us or by staff, but by a consultant.
Yeah,
No.
and which department it would fall underneath.
So basically, we're trying to match the list that we already have.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Off the top of our head without looking at it.
Things that are in flight or things
Because we
that
want
need
to
to
know
be
really
done.
what's on
Right.
top of your head is the.
So we go to the.
Yep, go to the different ones.
Why would we, like you mentioned the Lower Hawthorne well, why would we put that on the paper at this point?
Because it's in progress.
It's in motion.
There are dedicated resources to it that have to see it through completion.
Okay.
So that time,
That's my time, that's Austin's time.
that's Laura's time, because that's the right component of it, yes.
Can we put it on multiple lists if it touches multiple people? Or you want
No.
it just on the main department?
Just on the main department.
You're putting my
And this
project,
isn't gonna go through, is it?
shouldn't.
No,
They're dry erase anyway, so we should be able to get them off. If not, we can just add that to Public Works list and they can paint over it.
What?
I said if it does,
We'll
we'll just add it to
we'll just
Public Works list and
Add
they can paint
paintboard
over it.
walls
It's
to
already
the
up there, you
list
gotta
over
write,
there.
just put a check mark by it, you don't have to rewrite it.
Big M. Yeah, the generator. That was what I was gonna write.
what else do you have? You have your handbook.
Okay, I got this, I got this, I got this.
What are you skipping?
I'm giving people a chance to write.
I'll rotate.
These are like things I have in my head that I want to figure out.
What about benefits?
Oh, yeah. Too many
What
things.
kind of policy?
All of our policies.
Can you put in parentheses, just put like, audit slash.
Not those kind.
No, I mean, just audit your existing policies. So you're saying all policies, that's pretty big. You're talking about HR policies.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I made that clear. Things that we ask people to sign when they start.
Right behind us piloting it, they're contemplating it.
So like our vehicle policy, the no smoking policy, the IT policy, the credit card policy, so all employee related things.
Roadway rehab.
Yeah, that's our miscellaneous projects, road signs.
It has certain roads that they want done.
Are you,
The need of
did you
city
put
hall.
monuments?
You don't want to put something on somebody else's list for them to do?
No?
Look at you stirring the pot.
I think so. If we did this in a couple months, my wife and I are gonna start walking again now that the weather's cooling off.
Uh-huh.
I would be better at the other.
The other, calling out the other things.
How many employees do you guys have?
Signify the work to be done.
31, I think
35
it is.
at
If we're fully staffed, it'll be 35. Yeah, we're down like 4 right now.
System.
Yeah, I know.
building.
Do we have, what would we call it? Would it be, payment processing or payment platform?
Point of sale?
Or just,
We have credit card processing that we use for paying utility bills.
no, but just how we process payments, the system we use,
That's
the,
Leslie's
we-
thing right now.
add-
it falls under
Friday
her.
We need
was a blur.
be more her, but we do need a point of sale
I don't know
once we
about
grow that.
5:30.
We're just.
Parks and
I'm looking at
pushing
just
it through the
whole, like, how do we,
bill.
what's a broader, like, just,
So everything through the utility system right now, and then they just code it on the back end, move the money on the back
13
end.
hours.
We don't have like a customer
I was
friendly.
up at 4 o'clock starting on the laundry.
Your building? Your utilities building?
Because we were 6 hours difference.
wait, oh, is that,
So your whole
utility building is where?
body clock's
It's supposed to be right here.
Oh, okay,
It's
yeah.
actually sitting over there. In the field.
And parts of it blew around during the storm. Bill was picking it
And
up.
right about the time you adjust, you're going about 3
Since
weeks.
it's some
By the
assembly
time
required.
you adjust,
That's just
you go
about
home.
time.
So,
Hot day. I'm gonna hang out with Bob, he ain't got nothing for me to do.
Hey, they get the water from city.
He's doing a great job. No, we got poopers.
What about, Bob, what about the irrigation review, spaghetti bowl, spaghetti
Tom
with
standards,
Tony's?
that's not really it.
What about anything with
I
Tony
think
for admin?
That's more public
Oh,
works.
let's-
but-
This is like, this is POS payment, AR, AP, system structure.
We already got all that, just not the POS payment part.
I thought we were
Utility rules.
reviewing this.
Update
That's
utility
done,
rules.
that's why I have the coding software now.
PCM.
Okay, so we don't need this.
No. AR is handled through billing, that's utilities, and this whole thing is all.
I thought we were,
Nope.
okay.
That's all handled through the new accounting software. That's all great,
Now count them up and see if they add $80.
working great.
Yeah, we have 211. Each one of those has like 5 subtasks in each one of those.
Shouldn't have done it.
With our 89, we're actually pretty good comparatively to other strategic plans that are out there.
really?
Pinellas, when I left, had 500
Billing
plus
software.
Wow.
Utility billing software.
objectives and
500.
sub-objectives.
It
Oh, yeah,
sounds like they
it's
went into
Second
detail.
second nature to that.
Well, it goes from macro to micro, right? You say goals. Okay, well, what do you need to do in order to achieve those goals?
Now you're really.
That sets like 5 to 10 tasks below it, that's, the objectives. What are your objectives? How do you achieve those with tasks?
He doesn't give up,
Now there's
does he?
10 more.
So it's not part of this.
And we'll go.
It won't matter, it's separate, it's its own line.
So yes, I've
So,
seen.
Billing software,
You like that?
change,
I know, I think
slash,
I did
upgrade,
by
and I
motion.
usually decide over there. Yep.
Gotta be on this side of the fence.
I think we're just gonna stick with what we have and just move to the cloud based on
I see a
conversations that
solution.
Leslie and I have been having. That makes the most
I see a
sense.
solution.
Software update, change,
Primitive
upgrade, I guess, is more like
Remember you guys said
She
you
budgeted
wanted
for it.
street lights around.
And the solution is probably gonna hurt everything, but it is.
I can just, I have my mind, I don't know that it's cost effective.
it. I was gonna
That's
say
what I'm
great.
looking
And that's what I said. it's not gonna help.
CCTV,
We'll all pay
sewer.
more. Well,
As it was, we were paying it anyway. From our
It makes it
perspective,
seem
we're paying it anyway.
too light.
So that.
Same with my list, that's way too small.
She had,
We'll see.
let's see what it costs to redo the field, the pitch, the irrigation, the drainage. I was like, well, before you do that, why wouldn't you look for lights that are all sitting at 5 degrees till,
You were-
without data lights that I can't replace, that I can't get parts to replace the lights, the fixture.
There'll be one on the side. It's how you take the money from the budget and put it in the
Is 5 degrees? 5 degrees is the standard.
That's where I think we got an opportunity.
Beyond that,
Not one thing
something that I
going
just,
in.
because it's weird.
Ponds.
Is it similar, just because we live it, it's like you have to actually write it out, I'm like,
That's the way it is there.
That's the way it is today.
As you start working through
Add
that.
grants on
Yeah,
add grants.
That Benito fell into my miscellaneous
Grants.
projects.
Label
Speed bumps.
List it, because we're gonna have to list it out.
Speed bump, bike lanes,
bike lane's probably gonna die.
Speed bumps, we'll can slash.
City of Fort Myers, you
Ian
can.
slash Irma
Speed
slash
Not
Milton
with
slash.
Speed hump, you can. City of Fort Myers, you can.
Still
Really bad.
Do I write bonds and, loans on this one too, because that's gonna affect all this.
Yeah, because that scope creep happened somewhere in there during the beginning of it, so it was supposed to be a facility, then it was, okay, what's that take the parking? But you guys actually approved the funding.
Yeah, so far we're thinking on ponds, one side of the
New valve insert?
What are the number of units?
Valve replacement.
Number of valves. And why do we have the mess we've got? Because we didn't do that. You and I both on one side.
That's where Bobby started.
But when I get a power control,
Basically.
Do you have your, order control stuff on there? Like what that is?
I'm gonna pull out.
Add contracts.
Seen for 25, 30 years.
And bids, right? Because we're revamping all that.
It's like plus or minus, like this.
I put the
And like,
website review
it does
request on there.
improve pitch, like to the team, what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
With us, when we did, when we snapped line.
Are we done?
I just tried to trace something.
Count yours? Bill, count yours? Count. We done?
Can you count it without your fingers? I see both sides.
We're gonna need everybody's fingers.
18,
17, how did you have?
18.
I didn't count this one.
So that means you gotta come up with 54, Bill.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, so 18 plus 17 plus,
I
What'd you
just
just-
got a picture, I don't remember 89.
So it's
I don't
well,
know.
there was a lot of like
17,
established
40.
programming for Parks and Rec. There was a lot of branding. There's
So we're at like
40
Can you
half.
say we've got that list? I don't remember.
You guys get that every quarter in your board book. We even pulled it up on the
When-
screen
when
and
was
looked
in
at
the
it.
board book?
Right after the
The
first,
cinnamons or-
the meeting after the quarter
That's
ends.
why 6 of them went, 5 of them went.
So like July.
I don't know.
Early July.
It would have been in the one, the
Cinnamon
second one in
diet.
July.
Those are pumps.
Cinnamon dietetic, I mean, come on.
The other side's pumps.
We pulled it up.
Those over there are too healthy.
I know we pulled it up and looked at
Pumpkin.
it.
Pumpkin?
We pulled it up and looked at it in July.
In honor of Halloween.
All right, you guys ready to just run through this really quick? You drop one and then you end up dropping the other. Laura, you want?
And you're gonna send out the big list to us tonight.
I'm gonna, when we go back, I'm gonna take these three, I'm gonna have Georgia cross-reference.
There's somebody's got contracts on there.
We're gonna.
Yeah,
I guess what I want that.
Tomorrow, so.
Contracts.
They wanna look at it in advance.
Ad hoc, go to.
So,
Okay, thanks.
okay, so what we'll do after this
Oh,
is we're gonna take these three sticky notes back. Georgia's gonna cross-reference them, make sure that we didn't miss anything that's on our current strategic plan, add them, and then we will distribute that today before we leave, so that way you can look at it tonight, and then tomorrow Lorna is gonna take a deep dive into it.
Well, I know there's one that's not on the list.
So that means everybody has to bring it tomorrow. Or are we gonna run?
oh, that should
I'll run
be
copies.
N-I-N state.
Yeah,
I misspelled.
that's why we didn't know what it was. We didn't know what it was. Okay, you wanna go through
So,
them?
yep, so the list here, it says the assessment methodology, the rules update, which I'm guessing this would tie in with that. Cartograph inventory, handbook, policy updates, HR, policy updates, review of benefits and enhancement of benefits, pond